Now my computer's leaking out. Yeah, I can't even click anything anymore.
So now just imagine moving both computers to the stable, and you might be the driver of them. And I already saw you guys have a splitter for it. Can you do it to where you have?
Sorry.
Can you hook up two computers? So like one can be the one for your videos, and one can be the one for the presentation. So you can just switch the output for it. Yeah. So like this one's got the video, and if you download another one that can do the like if you want to use this one, because I've got the printouts already for what I need, and I've got it on my thing. Really? Oh my gosh! Thank you. I got too bad of a head. Oh no, it's stretching. So so if you can switch back and forth between which one that you guys use.
Directly to the HDMI.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just that it's distorted. So I'm waiting for. Yeah. Oh, but then I just need to download it. What I need to do is I need to download it. But. it wasn't the MacBook, it was Leslie's laptop. Yeah, it's just that I didn't turn it on because the formatting was off. Yeah. Now my laptop can click. It won't click. I don't know how to. Do you know how to do it on the Mac? Yeah. I don't know how to jump it. I don't know why I stopped clicking. Let me see if I can click. Yes, I still can't click. Just cracked. Magayong. We can leave it up here. We can leave it in here.
left already. 798. Re-raffle. You want to get another one? All right. We'll put this one back in so they could have another chance later. While we wait, I'll sing my second song.
And my computer is dead. Yeah.
Are we giving away free puppies today? Free puppies from Saipan Humane Society? Or my neighbor?
Anyways, for now.
All right, here comes Becky. In her hand, she has the ticket for the lucky winner. Beauty Nails. Buy one nail, get 5 free. All right. The ticket number is 660768. 768. The last one was 798. Yes. We will make sure the next ones are definitely for you. Congratulations.
Oh, it works.
All right. Now that you can see, we've got this up here. We're going to get set up here pretty soon here. Just in case you got here a little bit later, first of all, thanks for coming. Right outside of the doors are the restrooms. The women's are going to be right over here on the left-hand side. For the men, it's over here on the right. There's all kinds of food and beverages. They ask that you don't bring them inside here, but they're all available for you. If you haven't registered already, when you walk in, that's where you get your green raffle tickets. And then we're going to get started here momentarily. I know DPS is ready to go. From sirens to singing. It's split up into 4 screens.
What's that? If it's on here, yes.
I'm gonna move it.
Oh.
Let me move this.
I was just asking Les about this part. We highlighted names on a separate list. I'm like, cool, do we have a separate list?
Yeah, that's the one thing we didn't do yesterday was test this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Still checking off.
Okay.
I didn't have a dongle.
Oh yeah. It's okay.
History is right here.
Okay.
Hmm?
No problem. We figure all this stuff out. We're gonna be good.
Yeah. You guys can start when you're ready. I'll be switching in and out.
Sweet.
I gotta do that acknowledgements pretty quick, so I gotta make sure I get that list.
I got your presentation. The only thing I'm worried about is I might not be able to.
Well, it's embedded.
And you have the presentation.
Good.
We have to skip it. That's okay. But it's a nice way to end the presentation.
You have a nice video.
It's okay. So if they can't play it. So it's just the speaker ending.
Okay. You want me to say, and shame all these other people for not being here. Let's start from the top. Governor.
Sounds about right.
All right. See how this works. Oh. Okay, there's we got a lot of stuff. It's okay. We can just leave it there. It's. Do you need the clipboard? Okay, you can have it. I only need this, right? Oh, all right. All right, good morning, everybody. Our highly anticipated program is about to begin. Before we get started, just want to acknowledge a couple folks who were able to make it here today. Want to acknowledge the presence of our House Speaker, Edmund Villagomez. Also, our floor leader, Marissa Flores. And also our representative, Danita Yankdamai. We also have we have some other folks who are part of the program, but our municipal council woman, Carmen Pangilinan, is also here. All right. And your hands are gonna get sore from clapping from everybody today because there's so many important folks who are here. You're gonna love it. So before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise and join us as we are welcomed with the U.S. and CNMI anthems performed by the Department of Public Safety Choir.
Oh, say can you
Thank you, DPS Choir, for blessing us with your voices this morning. So great to have you with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. Please be seated. I'll give you a little bit of the history for the CNMI Women's Association, and also want to introduce our board members. But good morning again to our honored guests, to our speakers today, to our panelists, to our exhibitors, and our awardees. Welcome. We're gathered here today for the 11th Annual Women's Summit hosted by the CNMI Women's Association. The CWA was incorporated under the laws of the Commonwealth in April of 2011. Its vision is that women are fully engaged in the economic, social, and political development of our Commonwealth. It operates out of the CNMI Women's Center on Capitol Hill in Building 1223, and it's governed by a 7-member board of directors. And I would love to introduce them to you. Our board president, Les Ogumoro Uludong. We also have our board vice president, Carmelyn Ogumoro. And our secretary, Becky Danya Metau. Our treasurer, Annie Rose Andueta. Regis. Our board members, also Representative Danita Yankdamai. And Pia Rose Uggan. And also our advisors, Patricia Maraham and Kodep Ogumoro Uludong. And can we have just one more round of applause for all of our board members, please? Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, now to kick off our program, I'd like to invite our CWA advisor, Mr. Kodep Ogumoro Uludong, to give his welcoming remarks.
Buenas, lesor mamai to all of you beautiful women here today and some men. I would be remiss if I did not begin by acknowledging that just yesterday we commemorated Covenant Day, a day that reminds us of the path our people have walked to assert self-governance and identity. It is only fitting that today, through this summit, we continue that legacy by uplifting the voices of women who are shaping the future of the Marianas with purpose and power. This work is not new. It is built on the shoulders of pioneers like Felicidad Ogumoro, co-founder of the original Saipan Women's Association in 1975, author of the constitutional amendment that created the Women's Affairs Office in 1985, and then in 2011, co-founder of the CNMI Women's Association, among many other accomplishments. Her life of service and advocacy remains a guiding light for all of us. As a former legislator, cultural champion, and tireless advocate for social justice, Felicidad fought not just for policy, but for possibility. She understood that true progress in the CNMI could not exist without women at the table, in the legislature, in our classrooms, and in leadership across every sector. Her legacy is deeply personal to many of us, especially to her family, who continue to carry her work forward in ways both public and private. Her vision lives on, not just as a memory, but as a living, breathing commitment to community, to service. That legacy aligns with Sustainable Development Goal 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. This isn't just a global goal, it's a local mandate, as laid out in the CNMI's Comprehensive Sustainable Development Plan, and also as a part of Governor Palacios' Green Growth Initiative. If we want strong families, strong schools, and strong governance, then investing in the empowerment of women is not optional. It is essential. As the newly elected chairman of the CNMI State Board of Education, I carry that truth with me every day. We cannot talk about development without talking about education. And we cannot talk about education without recognizing the role of women as educators, mentors, innovators, and policy shapers. From the classroom to the cabinet, women have always driven our progress. We are here today to accelerate that. So as we gather to elevate, inspire, and empower, let us also remember where we came from and the people who laid the groundwork for us to be here. Let us honor their legacy, not just in ceremony, but in action. Sizusmasi, Olumwai, and welcome to the 11th Annual CNMI Women's Summit.
You know, Kodop, you mentioned all these great things about Felicidad, but you know, she also raised some pretty good kids that turned into be some great adults, making a great future for our CNMI. All right, well, that's a great way to get it started, and we've got a lot for you today. So what we'd like to do, we're going to move on to this part here. We've got a presentation from the House of Representatives in celebration of Women's Month. We'd like to call up Speaker Edmund Villagomez and Floor Leader Marissa Flores and Representative Danita Yanktamai and other members of the House for the presentation of House Resolution 24-5. It was here. Do you know where the wireless mic is? Oh, here we go.
We're not tall enough.
Because it's we're celebrating women, I'll allow them to tell me what to do just for today. I'm just kidding. But yeah. She's our floor leader, very, very powerful position, with or without the position actually too. So we are here, you know, to honor and recognize all the women in our community. Every time this event comes up, I get a little emotional, and Kodep does a very nice speech recognizing and honoring your mother. This event really reminds me of her. Whenever I see CWA, the face that automatically pops up is the late Honorable Vice Speaker Felicidad T. Ogumuro. From my days in high school, she's been there every step of the way, and I had the honor of serving a couple of terms with her, starting from the 17th legislature. So, you know, Let's give her a round of applause. And also to all the women in our community, whether you're in leadership positions or in other positions in our community, on behalf of the legislature, we just want to thank you all for what you do in our community, what you do for our families, and what you do for our children. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. And in honor of that, on behalf of the people, the CNMI and the legislature, especially the House, we are here to present House Resolution 24-5 to congratulate and honor all the women in the Commonwealth as we celebrate their contributions and achievements during the month of March 2025, proclaimed as CNMI Women's Month, and March 8th as International Women's Day. Congratulations. Les, please. WAO? Oh, Women's Affairs Office. Sorry, I'm trying to get used to the abbreviations. Go ahead.
For those watching at home, our speaker was stepping on the top step. That's why he looks so much taller than all the ladies that he was standing behind. Now for our special remarks, we'd like to call Miss Becky Cruz from the First Lady Wella S. Palacios Foundation.
Hapaday, Tiro, and Buenos dias to all. Greetings to everyone here in attendance for the celebration of the 11th Annual CNMI Women's Summit in coordination with the CNMI Women's Association, known as CWA. I'd like to thank you for extending the special invitation to the First Lady Wella S. Palacios Foundation. On behalf of the First Lady Wella Palacios and its members, we want to celebrate and embrace this day and every day as Women's Day and celebrate all the women who work hard every day to achieve personal and professional goals. International Women's Day is a day to recognize the accomplishment of women in a variety of fields. In almost every area of life today, women are just as productive as men. We cannot argue against the zeal and expertise with which they approach everything they do, whether at home or work. They build not only a community, but also themselves. However, history has frequently failed to accurately depict how women can be. There must be more than a day designated to celebrate women. Every day should be observed as a day to honor the divinity of women. Women of today wear 3 hats. She is the pillar and foundation of the home. She is considered an all-around domestic helper in the home. Lastly, she is a provider. The goal of International Women's Day is to spread the message that all genders should be treated equally. The day's objectives were to change people's perception globally and have a positive impact on the world, highlighting the diverse aspects of a woman's life in a male-dominated environment. Men have received equal rights and opportunities because we are all members of the human race, so that must change. The most extraordinary responsibilities in history are now being carried out by women who hold now top positions in every industry, just as the women In the olden days, men are stepping up to support women's empowerment initiatives. On this International Women's Day, give a chance to appreciate all small and big decisions. It's a day to acknowledge the value and importance of all women in all spheres of life. Who would have thought that the recent Senate President, former Senate President, Ms. Edith De Leon Guerrero would have been heading that position? Who would have thought that today, like Congresswomen Marisa and other women in the legislatures, so as the Senate? Who would have thought that Esther Muña would be the CEO of the CHCC? So as Tracy Guerrero at the Department of Finance, and so as Tracy Norita, so as Tracy Guerrero for Atkins Crow, and a number of countless women out there, and the list goes on. I would like to recognize all these women. There's a lot of women out there that have done great jobs. Kudos to you all. In closing, let's celebrate all the incredible women in our hearts, whether they are your mother, the wife, a daughter, a sister, a friend, or a co-worker. Let's show our admiration to all their accomplishments and dedication to creating a world where women are free from all injustices. To all the women out there, be proud of yourself, be confident, be strong, and tell yourself every day that you are special. Biba from CNMI women, Biba to the women out there near and far. Sisus Maase. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mrs. Cruz. Great to see you here today, too. Up next, we have a message from another prominent woman from our community who is doing her best to serve our community in Washington, D.C. Please put your hands together for the first female United States delegate of the Northern Mariana Islands in the U.S. House of Representatives, the Honorable Kimberlyn King Hines.
Hafadays and Tiro. Hafadays and Tiro, and Happy Women's Month, Sinamay. Work takes me away from attending this year's summit, but honestly, I would much rather be home sitting alongside you, hearing our beautiful sisters, mothers, and friends share their experiences and common dreams for our community. And how appropriate is this year's theme? Accelerate action. A time in our nation and Commonwealth when there is much political uncertainty. We look forward. A time when there is financial uncertainty in our economy. We push forward. A time when this political uncertainty turns into uncertainty in our homes. Together, we move forward. And I can't wait to hear and see the great action items that comes from this critical conversation of strong, brave, and creative women. I wish you a happy and productive summit, and I ask that you keep me in your prayers as you are always in mine. I love you, Sinamay, estakiman ali talu. Have a great one.
The message so nice we heard it twice. It's great. But it was great that we were able to hear a message from our representative in the United States Congress. But that's not the only message we get. We also get to have a lot of folks who are here with us today, and we're very excited and proud to have our speaker, the general manager of Atkins Kroll Saipan, Miss Tracy Guerrero.
Geraldine, don't poke my dog on when you're back here, okay? So, good morning, Hafade, Tiro, everyone. Lovely ladies in the room. This morning on my way here, I was talking to my daughter, and I said, baby, guess where I'm going? I'm on my way to give a speech at the Women's Summit. And guess what the theme is? Accelerate action. I think they picked me because I work for a car dealership. But I really just want to take a moment to appreciate this room, because when you gather this many strong, smart, driven women together, the energy is different. It's powerful. It's like standing next to a fully charged electric vehicle, silent but capable of immense acceleration. Please give yourselves a round of applause for being here today in support of Women's Month. Thank you for coming. And before I begin, I have a quick question. How many of you have ever driven a car with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brakes at the same time? Okay, be honest, right? Now, how many of you feel like that's exactly how you've been living your life? Trying to push forward, trying to accelerate, but something, whether it's doubt, fear, expectations, exhaustion, is pressing down on the brake. And that's what we're here to talk about today. How to stop hesitating, stop holding back, and accelerate action in our own lives. And this theme aligns so well with what we're doing at Inchcape. Inchcape is the global corporation that owns Atkins Kroll. And through Inchcape's own strategic plan, ironically also titled Accelerate Plus, see all the theme here for me today, which is all about moving forward with intention, driving change, and not just keeping up, but leading the way. And just like in business, the way that we drive action in our lives isn't just about speed, it's about direction. Because going fast in the wrong direction is just a faster way to get lost. So today, I want to talk about how we, as women, can accelerate action in a way that is powerful, sustainable, and meaningful. And to do that, we need to reframe how we see vulnerability, authenticity, boundaries, self-worth, and grace. So, to continue on with the vehicle analogy, let's make a roadmap for ourselves. Number one, the first thing we need to do is vulnerability is strength. It's not a warning light. And I want to start with vulnerability because for too long, we've been told that it's weakness, particularly in our community here. That to be strong, that to be impenetrable, to be emotionless, and always in control. But let's get real. Have you ever had a day where you are just trying to keep it together at work, only to get into your car and cry all the way home? Have you ever smiled and said, yeah, I'm fine, but your face is like, you know that emoji, right? I've been wearing that a lot lately. When you're anything but fine. Have you ever carried the weight of expectations so heavy that you feel like you're running on fumes? Anyone else here in the room, the oldest daughter and the oldest granddaughter on island, feel me here? Talk about weighty expectations. We've all been there, and the truth is, pretending to be unshakable isn't strength. It's freaking exhausting. And real strength comes from owning where you are, what you feel, and what you need. At Inchcape, we talk about innovation. And let me tell you, innovation doesn't happen just by pretending everything is fine and you're happy and hunky-dory, right? It happens when we admit that we know things are not working, when we ask for help, and when we have the courage to do things differently. So let's stop acting like we have to be invincible. Vulnerability is not a malfunction. It is the engine of real connection, growth, and leadership. Step 2, authenticity and empathy. This is your best fuel mix. Let's talk about authenticity. Ladies, how many times have you been told, tone it down? You're too loud. You're too ambitious. You're too confident. You're too opinionated. You're too female. How many times? Plenty times. And so what do? We shrink. We dim our light. We soften our words so we don't hurt their ears. But here's the thing. The world doesn't benefit from you playing small. If you're bold, be bold. Yeah. If you're driven, drive. Yes. If you're passionate, show it. Naanuk. And let's talk about empathy, because people sometimes think being kind means being weak. That if we lead with compassion, that we will get taken advantage of. But that's not true. You can be empathetic and still hold the line. You can be understanding and still enforce your boundaries. It's not mutually exclusive. Being kind doesn't mean being a doormat. It means being a leader. Kindness is free. Love is free. At Inchcape, we are driving forward a culture of high performance with high integrity. That means we hold people accountable, we make tough decisions, and we lead with respect. And let's get one thing clear. No is a full sentence. Full stop. Setting boundaries isn't mean, it's necessary. Just like a car needs brakes to drive safely, you also need boundaries to move forward without burning out. Number 3, stop giving away your collateral, AKA protect your energy like a limited edition vehicle. I told my daughter she was gonna laugh at all these jokes, man. But you know what's funny? We set boundaries better for our cars than we do for ourselves. We get regular maintenance. We get it washed every week. We only put in the right kind of premium fuel. We don't just let anybody drive it. But when it comes to our own energy, we give it away like it's a free test drive. We overcommit. We overextend. We over-apologize. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So it's time to stop giving away your collateral for free. Be selective about who and what gets your time. Make sure you're investing in yourself as much as you invest in the others around you. And stop apologizing for taking up space, for prioritizing yourself, or for wanting more for yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. Because, again, back to the car analogy, you are not a used car bargain deal, ladies. You are a premium, high-performing vehicle, and you need to treat yourself like one. Number 4. Everybody's gonna go fill up their car after this with Supreme gas. Number 4, this is important also. Learn to forgive yourself and to talk to that little girl inside of you. And this is something I really want you to take to heart. And we as women are very good at giving grace to everyone around us. We're so good at that because that's what we're taught to do in our community, in our culture. But we're terrible about giving grace to ourselves. Why is that? We replay our mistakes in our heads like they're on a 24-hour highlight reel. I should have spoken up. I should have known better. I should have been stronger. Always second-guessing our decisions. Enough. Enough. Na para basta. Forgive yourself. And if you don't know where to start, I want you all right now to close your eyes and just imagine your younger self. Close your eyes and remember yourself as a little girl sitting on the playground, drinking your high C, eating your sembet, looking around at your classmates and thinking to yourself, who, that little girl in your mind who just wanted to be loved, who tried so hard, who sometimes felt like she wasn't enough. Look at her now and tell her, you're okay. You're safe. I've got you. Because you're the only one that can tell her that. Only you. And when you do, that's when you truly accelerate action. So, final thoughts and time to accelerate. Let's make a promise today to stop apologizing, stop shrinking for the comfort of others, to stand tall in our authenticity, lead with empathy, and hold our boundaries without guilt. And make sure you put premium gas in your car and come down to AK to see me for our next car when you're ready, okay? At Inchcape, Accelerate Plus is about pushing the future. But the real acceleration starts with you. You don't need permission to shine. You just need to decide. So let's step on the gas and own our own power. The road ahead is ours. Thank you. Let's rise together. Viva Mes Pamalaan!
There's a reason why she was the inspirational speaker today. Wow, I cannot wait, Tracy, to watch this at home later with my daughter so she could see that speech. What's that? Yeah, oh, yeah. That was just powerful stuff. Thank you so much. All right, well done. Now to start our presentation lineup, please put your hands together for Patricia Coleman as she shares about women leaders as stewards in our environment.
Oh, is that where we have to look? This room looks so beautiful. Let's give it up for CWA for putting all of this together. I don't know if you guys saw the multiple programs and descriptions that were going on leading up to this event, but I had probably 3 or 4 different titles that I was given, ranging from everything from women in agriculture to regenerative development. So I hope that I can do some justice today to talk about what we're here to talk about. Okay, you're doing good, you're doing good. Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you, Geraldine. So, ladies and gentlemen, my husband's here too. Today, we're going to talk about a number of things, but before we go into that, I wanted to put these considerations out there that today we're going to ask ourselves and each other some hard questions. and perhaps start to uncover some uncomfortable truths. When we think about the future of our islands, and when we go out into the community and talk to people, young people, adults, women of all ages, about what they think about where the food from the CNMI comes from, this is often what we hear described, even from young children. And you all know we do 4-H Marianas, right? So we're always interacting with children at all times of the year. They think, many of them, that our food always has and must continue to come on ships, and all of this food is flown in or shipped in. 85 to 95% of the food that we have in the CNMI. And when we ask them, what does growing food look like? Describe it to us. This is what we often hear described. And for many of us, this is how we were raised to believe how growing food should look in our islands. But there's some problems with this system. And I feel saddened and disheartened when I think about that just not too long ago, just a few decades ago, many of us, most of us, knew how to grow, raise, and harvest our own food in the islands, in our islands, from our land, from our ocean. And I think about how our perspective has changed over time, and how that perspective has changed in relationship to the economic system that governs us today. I apologize if you can't see this, but this is a lens that we use at CREES when we think about development. And so it's called the regenerative lens. And what we focus on is looking at, can I make this bigger? Yeah. External regeneration, human regeneration, internal regeneration, and ecological regeneration. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means shortly. A couple of years ago, actually right after Typhoon Yutu hit, we did this big workshop. Well, we didn't know it was going to be big, but we had over 150 people attend this workshop. And at this workshop, we talked about traditional Pacific Island ways of growing food. And we were so, I guess we were shocked because this really resonated with people in the audience. And we had people say, hey, I remember this is how my grandfather or grandmother used to grow food. But I think also that the way that we presented the information and talked about our history with food and our relationship with food and how it relates directly to our cultures here in the Marianas, we really think that people were looking for connection. Fafadzi, Tanu, Tosi, connecting with others, Tautau. What are our values and our purpose? And we have the beautiful Miss Frances Sablan, who's in the audience, a cultural icon, and someone who's also helping us on the Green Growth Initiative, chairing the data group that Kodep alluded to earlier. So what are attributes of a regenerative food system? I showed you earlier that photo of a monoculture farm, probably some place in the Midwest of the United States. And these are the things we actually look for when we're thinking about how to grow food. And you can see here we have a photo of our cohort 1 Mama Food Forest participant. So these are some of the things. And I felt really inspired recently by Reina Camacho, who is Reina here in the audience? Woo! Reina's on our local advisory council for CREES, and she said something, and she said, Patty, I'm tired of just talking about food security. I want to be part of it. And women, let me tell you, we are not going to be able to reclaim our food system here and grow the highest quality food for our people and our children if we don't do this together as women. All right, so I work at CREES, which is Research and Extension, so we got to have some science stuff involved in this presentation. And this is a slide that compares the way that we've been told we should grow food and what we call conventional farming, comparing it to how we traditionally used to grow food in the islands, in the Pacific, in the Marianas, and in many other places in the world. So you can clearly see this isn't a pipe dream. This is something that's substantiated with science, something that's also economically sound, and it's an approach that levels the playing field. And I think one thing, when I think about conventional farming systems, is that people feel kind of disempowered by that. And that's because you think, wow, if I have to do this, I need to buy a $30,000 tractor. I need to have all this access to cheap labor, which, that's not a regenerative system if you're counting on cheap labor that's imported. So, what do we want in the Marianas? Food security, enough food for all. Nutrition security, quality, diversity, and nutritional value to meet optimal well-being. Or regenerative security, restoring and enhancing the health of the ecosystems that produce food. It recognizes the interconnectedness of regenerative sustainability and enhancing the health of the ecosystems that produce food. Let me ask you, is the health of the environment linked with human health? Are they related? Yes. Absolutely. So what is the difference between sustainability and regeneration? In sustainability, we're sustaining things over time. But in regeneration, we're creating conditions that continually improve over time. And that's the big difference between conventional farming and traditional Pacific Island ways of growing food. Traditionally, we would build soil quality over time. We're not just extracting, we're not just depleting. And let's think about that, how our perspectives have shifted of one that focuses on regeneration, raising the tide for everyone, or more of a degenerative system where we're extracting and we're taking and we're not continuing to improve conditions. I wanted to show some examples of what regenerative agroforestry looks like in this modern day and age. And this is a regenerative food forest from Samoa. And many of the plants that you see are very familiar to us, right? It definitely looks different from the straight rows of things planted far from each other. And this particular food forest is maybe about 1,000 years old. Can you believe that? So they've been caring for this land and passing it down to their children and grandchildren. This is a commercial food forest, also in Samoa. So you can see the different layers, the different canopies. Things are planted densely, right? Many times I hear people say, no, we don't plant things close together or this and that. Well, there's a great analogy, which is if you were going to a party, a family party, would you sit people 20 feet apart from each other? No. It's the same thing when we grow food. Things need to be planted densely in order to optimize the conditions and make the plants happy. This is modern day Pohnpei, home food forest. And I wanted to tell you that we already have leaders, and I consider every woman in this room a leader in reclaiming our food system. One of those leaders is Dana Calvo from Rhoda. Dana is transitioning their operations to regenerative farming, and she is a very prominent member in the private sector there, and she's also on the Rhoda Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, I was going to say, and your dad is on there too. Yes, the Rhoda Chamber of Commerce. She's actually in a few things, the Soil Water Conservation District, but yes, the Chamber of Commerce, definitely. And here Dana is teaching others about regenerative farming and what she's doing to transition to regenerative farming here on their mixed-use commercial and family land. I also wanted to tell you about Soli Takai Nakamura. So before we talk about Soli, I wanted to acknowledge Pam Sablon. Pam recently retired from the Natural Resources Conservation. Yes, she just retired after a few decades working in there. And so Soli is taking her place. And Soli used to work at Crees, but she decided to pursue her own path. So for a while, she had her own business growing microgreens. And now she's still doing the microgreens and also working at NRCS. So she's acting in Pam's place, another prominent leader in our community. And she still remains still has a very collaborative relationship with us at Crees and with many others in the community. I also wanted to acknowledge Eleanor Alinas. So Eleanor is the head and lead person of Kalayan. So Kalayan is the largest caterer. So they not only do they cater some schools in Saipan, they also cater the schools on Tinian and Rhoda. And Eleanor took it upon herself to launch a initiative to grow salad greens and other vegetables for our students in the CNMI. So she's taking what they're growing, and here we are planting a tree, and here's their facility. So she's taking what they're growing and putting it into the school lunches for our kids. Yes. Eleanor is so brave and bold to do this. And she is one of those people who, like many of you, wants to give the highest quality food to our children and to the families that live here. And she wants to do it in a way that's regenerative. Next up for Eleanor, opening up a regenerative farm. So ladies, what opportunities do you have to grow with us regeneratively? We have Mama Food Forest. We have a number of trainings throughout the year, and I encourage you to come. I know it's for many of us, it's unfamiliar. It might be uncharted territory, but every single person who has attended one of our workshops has said, that is not what I expected it to be like, Patty. And we have Secretary Saffler, who is on our Cohort 1 pilot. Woo! And she is always sharing on her social media accounts how her Mama Food Forest is going. Mama Food Forest is open to everyone, but in particular, we want women to learn how to grow food again. And this is just at your home. Some have bigger scale things like Dana does, but it is so good for you, physically, mentally, emotionally even as well. And financially, yes. That's important. And you know, one of the things that is really great about it is you have these little microcosms of people trading food. So, you know, Layla and I are in one little group and we trade food. Okay, Layla, can I have this? Okay, Patty, give me this. And it's just wonderful to have that burden taken off of you of like, okay, now I got to go shopping for the 5th time this week. All right. So I want to end by sharing a short video, 54 seconds. Is this gonna play? Let's see if it plays. Wait.
Agroforestry is important to me and my family because this is the way we can feed ourselves without having to spend money. It'll sustain itself because of the way the system is. It'll be able to water itself, so it's less work for me and my family. It's something that I want to pass on to my kids, so it's best that we grow our own food so we can be healthier in the future. That's what it comes down to, is health and being able to live longer.
So one of them was at Asteo, one of them was at Rhoda, and I think there was another one on Tinian. So those are real, that's real footage of us doing installations and everything with the community. But I want to end with this quote, and I want to ask each and every one of you to join us as we reclaim our food system and as we grow regeneratively, because we cannot do it. We cannot accelerate, we cannot catalyze this critical work of protecting our environment, of getting our people to eat food that is the best, highest quality food ever, unless we all do it together as women. So with that, Biba Famalawan, and have a wonderful day.
So we've got a great opportunity while we have these folks here presenting to us, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't ask them some questions. Does anybody have any questions for Patty?
What's the next cohort?
Oh yeah, come on up, Patty.
Oh, that's Martha. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, Martha's been asking me for information. So we have a cohort going currently. In the summer, we actually have an academy going, and that's if you are serious about growing food regeneratively and commercially on a larger scale. So that'll be in July. The next Mama Food Forest cohort, and again, the big benefit is, well, not just the knowledge and the wisdom, but also that we help you do an installation. So, Layla, how's your installation going? Does it bring you joy? Yes. So, fall, and I got the sign-up sheet for everybody here, so we'll be emailing you and asking you to join the next Mama Food Forest cohort in fall 2025. Thank you.
Oh, wait, don't go yet. We've got another question.
Yes, Miss Rose. That's a very good question. So, this is actually a very important policy initiative that we're working on with DLNR Division of Ag and CAFPA, the Cagman Farmers Association. So as the current regs are written, you cannot do regenerative farming in Cagman. Yeah. Well, actually, that's the great thing about regenerative ag. Some of the conditions can be very poor. And our first installation, commercial installation that we did on Rhoda with Ambi, who's a very serious commercial farmer, he exports his produce to Guam. He gave us the worst conditions to plant in. I said, Ambi, I can't believe, I thought we were gonna do your nice established farm. He said, no, let's see if this works, Patty. So we are working on the regulations. They have been published in the CNMI registrar already, and we are responding to the comments. So very soon, we are going to be able to do regenerative ag, and Division of Ag has a number of other things that they're making changes on that is gonna help us get all of those farm plots active, because currently there's about 45, 47 farm plots, and there's only a handful that are being actively farmed on. So our goal is to get all of those farm plots. So I hope that if they have openings for farm plots, that you women apply to be farmers.
So in your mama food forest, in your mama, they can hear it. Oh, wow, thank you. In your mama planting or forest, do they come out? Can they turn your soil over for you? You said they install it. So what do you mean by installation?
So what we mean, thank you for that question, Ms. Lee, is we actually help you plan what to plant, and then we help you actually scout the grass. I mean, everybody has to bring people too, and we provide 75% of the plant materials that go into it. It's a regenerative approach, so a lot of the food that we grow in there is perennial. So it continues to grow over time. You don't need to keep ordering seeds unless you want to. Like Layla has all kinds of things growing.
I was just asking about the tilling. You know, a lot of us, for instance, I can only speak about myself, but my soil is very compacted. I don't live in a village, in a village, but a more commercial area and residential. So the soil is very compacted, and a lot of our soils are limestone. There's about an inch of soil and mostly limestone. So is there some way that you can consider tilling the soil or adding more soil or what have you so we could actually grow something?
Well, that's a great point. And let me just, these are, a few things, because we're re-educating our community about this approach. We can grow food in those soil conditions. And actually, we never till. We don't till at all. So we can do it in that 1 inch. I didn't show all the photos, but I have these other photos of like very poor conditions where we're actually growing food. So you are on the top candidate list, Lee, to join the next Mama Food Forest cohort. And we're gonna get food growing on that 1 inch of soil. Yes, Councilwoman.
The Katmang Farmers Association, they have their own Sabalu market now, and I know that's only like the local farmers.
Yes.
Does NMC Cree, right? Do you guys visit like the other farm plots in Katmang, like thinking of health issues and what fertilizers they're using? Do you tell them what they can use and what they're not supposed to use?
Yeah, that's a good question.
The market.
BECQ does that.
Okay.
And they are really good. They do random inspections and everything. But, I think another way to approach, the important question that you ask is there's a certain peace of mind that comes when you know how to grow your own food. Yes. There's no questions, right? About, are they using pesticides? And when we do our regenerative approach, we use no pesticides, no insecticide. We hardly use any outside inputs. And we mulch with organic matter, so leaves and things from nearby. So you save a ton of money and we create less dependence on outside things and more reliance on what we have available locally and what's naturally occurring in nature.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, just to give you an idea, thank you all for all your questions. We're going to be having a couple of questions with each one of our presenters, but if you want to get some more info from them, you can always contact them after our program today. Unfortunately, we've only got until noon to share with all this, so today is almost like a little sampler platter for some of those Q&As. But you can go and get the main course by speaking with any of our presenters today afterwards. So thank you so much, and please keep asking these questions. It's really great stuff. We're going to move on to our next presenter now, and this was about women shaping nutrition and health policy. Please help us welcome Miss Hannah Shai.
Hi everyone, good morning. While she sets it up, I just want to quickly introduce myself. I'm Hannah Isabel Shai. Currently I'm a PhD candidate at UH Manoa. I'm also a graduate student with the Children's Healthy Living Program under NMC Crees. And as we'll get up my presentation soon, but you can see who my primary mentor is because we like to start with questions. Okay, but anyway, so I can just go ahead and get started. But so I could have presented today to you my research overview presentation, which I've given various times over the last few months. But I'm glad that we said this is kind of a sampler. So if you want to learn more about my research, then please contact me. But I wanted to instead focus today on how did I even get to what I'm researching today? How did I ask the question? What led me to ask the questions that I'm asking as a researcher, that I'm asking as someone who grew up here, as a community member, how did we get there? And so I started to think about this year's International Women's Day theme, which is Accelerate Action. And really what has helped me to accelerate action in my own work, but to also to be a better advocate and really propel me forward in my career and in the research that I'm doing is to start to begin to think about framing nutrition and health policy. So what we mean by framing is how are we viewing the problem, right? What's the lens in which we're viewing the issue? Because I think that once we create a better shared view, a better lens in which we can all share the way we view the problem of nutrition and health, or really nutrition and health in general, it'll help us to form better solutions and then help us to also evaluate those solutions better over time. So I want to start by saying, before I go there, I will say that I'm going to take us through some sort of like a funnel thinking today, where I'll start really big with really big concepts and, what's the big thinking here? And then we'll end at the, kind of smaller part of the funnel, which is my research and how did we get there? So to help us to start along this thinking, I want to ask a few questions. What is health? Right? What is health to us? What is health to our community? What creates the state of being healthy? And what is health equity? So I know we've heard about health equity maybe in some of the work that we do, especially if you work in health, of course, we've heard of this. But what is it, right? What does it mean for us? And why should we utilize policy as one of those key levers to achieving health and health equity? So again, right, so we're thinking of our funnel. So again, we're starting really huge, and I want to start with, the biggest part of it, which is this concept of justice called social justice. And there are other models of justice, right, but this is just one of them. And so social justice, it first establishes, right, that we can acknowledge that in our society, in our community, there are populations of people who experience more burden, right, when it comes to poor health, right? And even if we look at data across the nation, we can see that there are certain populations who experience more poor health than others. And the reason why that is because we have different varying levels of privilege, right? So when you think about your own self, what has allowed you to become healthy or to achieve health for yourself, or even for our community, right? What has allowed us to do that? But then it also acknowledges that there are obstacles that we experience as a community, as people, towards achieving health. And because it's complex, because it acknowledges that we kind of all each are starting at different points, it requires then a collective action from all of us. It requires societal action. And so I bring up social justice because the birthplace, or where health equity comes from, is social justice. And you'll kind of see that in a minute. But social justice isn't only the birthplace of health equity, it's also the birthplace of the women's movement, right, of gender equity and gender equality. This is where it comes from. And so before I give you the definition of health equity, I present again our definition of social justice. And so I'm not even going to read the definition of health equity because I've basically already defined it for you. Right? And I've underlined key terms here that you can see they're one and the same, right? So they're one and the same in that they kind of have these same values, same views, same perspectives. So social justice is health equity, and achieving social justice is achieving health equity. So in order for us to achieve our highest level of health, we have to agree that we have to address these opportunities and these obstacles to health. I will go on to say that Indigenous people across the world, and even ourselves here in the Marianas, we've always known that health isn't just about our choices. It's not just about, choosing the right foods or choosing the right kinds of exercise, right? It's this complex web of factors. So here I present two health frameworks, one from the Aboriginal peoples of Canada, and then the other from Native Hawaiians. And you'll see that, at the center of it all it's really connection. There's so much connection between ourselves, our environment, and our culture, as well as language and other things that is presented in these frameworks. And of course, there's also Western ways of thinking about this, and I'm sure we've kind of seen these, the socio-ecological framework and the social determinants of health. So I'm going to present now then kind of a summary of what are all of these frameworks about health trying to say, which is that health is complex, right? It's not just about being disease-free. It's not just about making the right choices, right? It's these multitude of complex factors that really play with each other. They have so many different kinds of relationships. But health is also determined by what kinds of opportunities do you have to be healthy? What kinds of opportunities do you have to achieve health? But also what kinds of obstacles does our community or do populations experience when we try to achieve health? And so the next part of our funnel then is now we hopefully have this kind of shared view of health. So now we're gonna kind of go into then nutrition and health, right? This kind of relationship between the two. And so I'm gonna present another question. What determines then, or what determines our opportunities for making healthier or healthy food and beverage choices in our community, right? Or maybe what's the flip side of that is, what are our obstacles, right? When you think about obstacles to us choosing healthy food or choosing healthy beverages, what are some of those things? And I hope that the things that you're thinking about, I'm sure that they can fit somewhere along this framework. So as you can see, I love pictures and I love making connections between things. But this is our framework from the FAO, so the Food and Agriculture Organization. But this is a depiction of our food system, right? It's telling us that, so if we start from the top, it's telling us that there are certain drivers. I apologize if you cannot see, but up here, so up here, right, we have certain drivers. So there are 5 different drivers that drive the core of the food system, which is made up of our food supply chain, our food environment, and consumer behavior, right? How we interact with what is around us. And so I thought to myself then, okay, so if I'm gonna ask questions as a researcher, as somebody studying this, what are some places that for me, and thinking about our own community, my own experiences, the work of others, how can I continue to build on the work of others and our experiences of our community? So I decided to focus on food environment and consumer behavior. And so I thought, okay, thinking then about how to go about assessing our food environment, what kind of questions do we ask in this realm? I found more frameworks, more pictures, right, to help us to better understand all of these complex relationships. But what really stuck out to me is this point, right, or this one of the key drivers. I'm gonna go back here a little. But if you notice that, so this food environment bucket, right, in our food system, it's the only one that each of the 5 drivers point directly to. I don't know if you noticed that, but so it's the only it's the one that has the most drivers, right? The most influences is really on our food environments. And so, and here, a specific kind of key driver of that, of course, they're all important, it's government, right? It's how we make decisions. It's how industry makes decisions, right? The people who make the food, who ship in the food, right? Who manufacture the food. And those in turn shape each other to shape what ends up on our shelf, what gets imported, right? How it's labeled, right? All of those things. Those are all shaping the things when you go in the store, right? And I think that's another reason why I chose food environments, is because we live in a community where we're all exposed to the exact same food environment. So it's such a great opportunity and a great area to really focus on, right? How do we make our food environments better so that we have more opportunities to make healthier food and beverage choices? And so that brings me then to the last part of our funnel. I hopefully that you've kind of come along with me in this thinking of how I came then to this research on health equity and food systems. So my research then focuses on exploring the determinants of child beverage consumption in the Northern Mariana Islands. And so some of the, I'm remiss to say that another reason why I kind of, came to this topic is because when I think about what kinds of policies we've tried to implement in our community around healthy food and beverage, of course, I think the first thing that comes a lot to our minds is the sugar tax. It just so happens that the author, right, of the sugar tax was the late Felicitar Ogumoro. So I am so grateful that I get to build and to continue to build on the work that she's done, and also, Dean Patty Coleman and the women at Public Health who've really pioneered a lot of this work. And so I stand on the shoulders of giants, I like to say. And so as you can see, I love pictures, and so I decided one of the requirements actually for your PhD is you have to create your own framework. You have to create your own kind of visual, your own graphic to present, to communicate to others, right? Why you're asking the questions you're asking, how are you doing that? And so I leaned on indigenous health frameworks, mostly because, of course, we are an indigenous community, and that's one of the things that I really want to lean on. And so the first is Napokihi, which translates to the corner post. It's a Native Hawaiian framework for achieving health and social equity. And so you see here there's four key determinants that they pose that drive health. Individual, so we have some individual biological, psychological, cultural, which I think is a really key part of our communities, social and economic, and then socio-political. They also have historical determinants. So it's something that you see, it's kind of like, it does exist, right? But it's kind of on the outside of really this bottom, which is optimal health and well-being. And I think it provides really important context, especially for us, right, when we think about all the things that our communities has experienced in the far past, right, we're thinking about our experiences with exposure to war, right, the kind of trauma that maybe that has caused, and then also contemporary history, as I like to say, things like our experiences with natural disaster and COVID, right, so those are important context. The other framework that I leaned on was the medicine wheel. So this is a Native American framework for health, well-being, and healing. And so the basic teaching of the medicine wheel is that it is comprised of 4 parts, but it's circular, meaning that each of the 4 parts are critical to achieve health, to achieve well-being, and that one cannot exist without the other, right? And so I took these 2 frameworks and I made my own. And so here I'm posing that in order for us to get to child beverage consumption that really leads to optimal health and well-being, we have to address each of the 4 determinants, which is individual, cultural, environmental and economic, and socio-political. And then of course I included historical determinants for us here, again, to provide important context for the work that we do in beverage consumption. And I think for beverages, it's really important to think about it because in history, we can actually pinpoint exactly when we first started to be exposed to these beverages, which was post-World War II, right? So when we think about context, I think it's really important for us to also consider those things. So I don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to summarize very, hopefully briefly, all of the questions that I'm asking around beverage consumption. So at each of these 4 determinants, so at the individual level, asking things like, okay, so are we adequately hydrated, right? We're talking about beverages. Are we adequately hydrated? And then I will say that a lot of the research I'm doing is secondary analysis of the Children's Healthy Living data that was, of course, spearheaded by Dean Patty Coleman. That was collected here in the NMI. So I'm asking questions of what children are consuming. So I'll thinking about how much added sugar are they consuming, what kinds of beverages are they consuming, where are they consuming these beverages, things like that. And then thinking about the relationship with culture, right? Is the consumption of beverages like water and sugary drinks related to cultural determinants? Is it related to things like birthplace or acculturation and our connection to culture? And then at the environmental and economic level, thinking about accessibility and availability, right? What is accessible? What is available? How accessible is it? How does household income affect the consumption of these beverages? And then kind of newer that I'll be assessing, implementing a survey with the public school system, so shout out to PSS, is assessing water security and thinking about some of these indicators of water security, like what do we think about our tap water? What do we think about the safety of our tap water? And how are those things influencing our water consumption? And then of course at the socio-political level, thinking about acceptability of policy. And so I'll be assessing these policies through the survey that I'll be doing, and I present this because there's a whole toolbox. There's a whole toolkit of policies that we can utilize, that we have at the ready to address beverage consumption. And so I'll be assessing whether parents think this is acceptable or not in addressing healthy beverage consumption. And so hopefully by next May, I'll be all done, and I can further share what we found when asking these types of questions. And I hope that today then we'll have a better, more common ground understanding of what is health, how can we create better opportunities and less obstacles for health in our community. Thank you.
All right, we're going to ask Hannah if she could stick around for at least one question. Do we have any questions? Patty has one. Okay.
Hannah, great job. I just wanted to ask kind of a general question,
here you go.
which is, why did you decide to return home?
Oh, why? I think the question is why not? I don't think there was any other option. I will just say that. This is my only option, is to come home.
Where did you go?
Oh, where did I go?
Where did you go? What school did you attend? Elementary school.
Elementary? Oh, I went to San Antonio, which is no longer an elementary school, but I'm from San Antonio. So I went San Antonio, and then Hopwood, and then Southern. Yeah. Public school system, all the way.
All right, thank you. Manta, Manta, Manta. Thank you so much, Hannah. How about a round of applause for Hannah Shai? The better question is why not? That's awesome. Just awesome. All right. Now we're going to keep this party moving. Now we're going to invite our interim executive director for the Commonwealth Cancer Association to talk about empowering women to remain cancer-free. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Lynn Tenorio.
Thank you. I'm short. Maybe you can set it up. I can't tell. Yeah, no. Oh, yes. Yeah, so. I'm just logistically figuring out who's going to tell me I'm halfway done. Okay. Good morning. My name is Lynn Tenorio, and I'm going to be. Just go this way. I am from the Commonwealth Cancer Association. It is 100% locally funded by the generosity of our community, both individuals and the business community. So thank you so much. Our mission, of course, is to eventually be cancer-free in the CNMI, but we are dedicated to providing information, education about cancers, predominantly the cancers that are afflicting us here, and advocating for early screening. Please get your screening. Please see your physicians. And then also we support the survivors, their families, through linking community programs and community partnerships. So I'm going to talk about, these are the hard truths. So the top 3 cancers in the CNMI are breast cancer, oral cancer, and colon cancer. And this is from our CCA data based on 2020 to 2025. Actually, we have data that goes further back. However, this mirrors what is going on in our community based on also the cancer registry. Just to give you a background about our clients at CCA, they are predominantly Medicaid or uninsured, so that would be about 64%. Just so you have an idea. So let's get right into it. Number 1, the leading cause of cancer in women in the CNMI is breast cancer. So here is 2007 to 2022, the cancer registry's data. And as you can see, 75% of our cancer patients were diagnosed between ages of 30 to 60. That's pretty young. Women diagnosed with, and you'll see this by year, how many per year, over 33% of the women diagnosed with breast cancer actually succumb to the disease. And if you'll, there have been, in 2024, lots of articles in the newspapers and journals, and basically talking about they noticed that what cancer among the Asian Americans and Pacific Island women are increasing. But it really, as you can see, we are the teal color green. It has been steadily increasing. And so across the country, with all other women, the death rate has been coming down. Why? Because everyone's getting their screenings early, they're doing their mammograms, physicians are on top of it, patients are on top of their health, they're advocating for themselves, and treatments have gotten better. But if you look at the line for AAPIs, that would be Asian American Pacific Islanders, death rates haven't gone down. So it hasn't come down as with the rest of the women across the country. So I have to ask the question, when was your last mammogram? So if you say it was 1 to 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, or you're unsure, please go and make an appointment with your doctor. And did the results from your last mammogram require additional testing or follow-up? If you say yes, I'm hoping that you did. We hope you did. And if you're unsure, please check your physician again. So I'm going to go through this because I want to get to the accelerate part. So oral cancer is the second leading cause of cancer in the CNMI in women. And so in 2023, our board, our CCA board, had decided to declare a war on oral cancer because if you combine the numbers that you see here, this is just women, and you combine it with the men, the data with the men, it literally, we have a new diagnosis of oral cancer and anywhere between 2 and 3 people a month. And so what you'll see here is on the left side, 40 women in the course of 9 years were diagnosed with oral cancer. And then on the opposite side is about 20 women, so 19 of them in that same time period have passed away. So in 2025, you'll see it's March, right? And we already have 2 newly diagnosed with oral cancer. So it is a big concern. This is the age range of women, so you're in your most productive years of your life between the ages of 18, we're just using this, the age category of 18 to 64. They're young. So the impact on our indigenous population is great because 80% of those who are registered as oral cancer survivors at CCA are either Chamorro or Carolinian. So we know that going to your dentist is important for overall health, but in particular, if you are a chewer of betel nut or even smoke cigarettes, it's important that you see your dentist. So if you've been to your dentist in less than a year ago, then great, keep that up. But if it's 1 to 2 years, more than 2 years, or you're unsure, please make that appointment. So let's move on to the third, and that's colon cancer. So between 2016 and 2025, 36 women registered at the CCA had colon cancer. And out of the 36, 17 of them fall in that age range, that age category of 18 to 64. Actually, the youngest was about 30. And again, that's about 17, and the rest are over 65, and usually that happens over 65. So we're having younger women being afflicted with colon cancer. So I'll have to ask the question again. When was your most colorectal cancer screening? And you usually want to start that at age 40, sorry. So if it's less than a year ago, 1 to 3 years, 3 to 5, 5 to 10, more than 10 years. And the reason why they use 10 is because if you had a clear colon screening, then they usually, your next one will be 10 years later. And if you're unsure, again, if you have a family history, you definitely want to speak with your family physician about getting, checking to see if you should get checked. Same thing. What did the results require you for additional testing? And if you say yes, we hope you did. And if you say you're unsure, please follow up. All right, so the impact of lifestyle is on those top 3 cancers that we have: breast, oral, and colon. And then, of course, the other NCDs, heart disease and diabetes. So tobacco, betel nut, your diet, your nutrition, your physical inactivity, and alcohol all play a role in either initiating, helping, increasing your risk for getting any of these NCDs, or impact your maintenance and your control of these. So in 2025, the U.S. Surgeon General put out an advisory about alcohol and breast cancer, your breast cancer risk. So basically, if you have a drink, an adult woman, if you have a drink daily, that increases your risk from 7 to 10% for breast cancer. There's a direct link with alcohol and breast cancer. So the research shows that they consistently show that whether it's wine, beer, liquor, it increases your risk for breast cancer. Another article that recently came out, Gen Xers. So Gen Xers, they've done, they kind of did a data mining, and they found out of 3.8 million individuals with just invasive cancer between 1992 and 2018. And they found that Gen Xers, as they approach 60, they were most likely to get a cancer, than a baby boomer. Why is that? It's because our lifestyle has changed. We indulge, and we love our lives so much we indulge. so now I'm going to get to the accelerate part. And so what are we going to do? We're going to empower you to remain cancer-free. And I'm going to have to talk about another hard truth, and I suffer from this as well. We have to talk about belly fat. And so belly fat is where your excess sugar lands, where your excess hormones, which includes cortisol, which is the stress hormone, and then toxins that your body can't process. So there's 2 types of fat. There's the subcutaneous, which is the fat that's in front of your ab muscles. We all have ab muscles. And then your visceral fat, which is the fat that's in the inside. That fat, as it gets larger, the space, it kind of pushes against your organs, and it starts to permeate through your organs. So we need to do something about that. So why is my waist circumference important? Because it's letting us know that we're carrying around excess fat. Pretty obvious. So the measurement indicates, the level of fat that's kind of coating our heart, liver, digestive system, kidneys, pancreas. We know that our insulin level is going up, and so that shows us that we might have an increased risk for breast and colon cancer, as well as heart disease and strokes. So what can we do? Increase fiber. So I love the idea of vegetation and all this growing your own vegetables and vegetation. We need to increase our fiber. Fiber helps to reduce your sugar spikes. So really I advocate that if you can, if at all possible, eat a salad before you start eating your food. Because what it does is it coats your intestines, right? And it takes longer for whatever else you eat after that to get through it. It helps it break it down more slowly. So less insulin means less belly fat. Reduce your alcohol intake, as we saw the research shows. So alcohol does two things. It turns into sugar. Where does it land? It lands in your belly. The other thing that it does is it increases your estrogen level, and that you don't want to have, increased estrogen, because that has been known to cause cancer. Lower your carbs. So we want to swap out, your white bread, white rice for eating more natural carbs, your beans, your potatoes, the kamuti, and fruit. So all your locally grown produce is perfect. We need to increase protein. So yeah, you can get to eat your meat. So you definitely want to do that, but hopefully eat leaner meat. Because you want to be able to burn fat and build muscle. And then number 5 is cardio and strength training. So the cardio is really good at reducing cortisol. So your stomach is not just a function of what you eat, but it's also stress. Cortisol, that is a stress hormone, it lands in your stomach. And if you get upset, how they say walk it off? Literally, you should walk it off. You need to go, no way. Yeah, we got it. I was looking at my 1 minute, sorry. You literally want to walk it off because that helps reduce your cortisol. Also reduces your insulin. And then mindfulness, again, it's really important. Cortisol is such a danger especially for women, because we want to carry and deal with, we carry the weight of our family, of our community, our work, and so we have a tendency of not taking care of ourselves. We take care of everyone else, and we need to kind of reverse that and take care of ourselves. So, I have this is a group of cancer survivors. And, if you meet cancer survivors all in one room, it's incredible. It's so inspiring. They talk about how they just want to give up after surgery. They can't do it any further, after like their 5th, 6th round of chemotherapy. And they live every day thinking that, they're worried that it's going to come back. So these are quotes from them. You have to keep going even if it really hurts. And you have to remain hopeful and positive. So what can we do? We have to, the next time you say, well, maybe I might want to not have that extra glass. Think about how hard it might be, but think about that, no matter what, just try to do it, even if it is really difficult. You can do it. If they can do it, you can do it. How hard is it to say, hey, I need to get an extra, maybe I'll have a salad this time, with my meal. So just thinking about whenever it feels like it's really hard, think about that. It's actually not quite that hard. And so women need to support us, each other. Next time your friend asks you, hey, let's go out for lunch, then say, yeah, let's go and let's try to have it meatless. Support each other. If you say, hey, let's go out and work out, let's go walk the pathway, we need to be able to kind of support each other with our journey to try to optimize our health. It's important that we end up doing what we want to do and not support each other, and we need to be very supportive. We have a tendency to kind of bring each other down, but we need to kind of lift each other up. Okay, so that's about it. Thank you.
All right, how about keep those applause going. We have time for one question. One question for Lynn.
Okay. This QR code actually has all the research, all the information that I kind of cited up there.
This is, I'm a cancer survivor, and what I'd like to say is not so many questions, but I'd like to thank Tina. I mean Lynn, brain dead. I'd like to thank Lynn and all the people there that work so hard for us. And if any of you have a person that has cancer in your family but is too shy and they're feeling defeated by this disease, encourage them to come. We've lost members of our society, our cancer group, but we've buoyed each other up. And it's really important. Once you get a diagnosis of cancer, we're all thinking, oh, hell. And it's true, it's hell. But when you have the right people to help you, and you have the community that buoys you up, and you have people like Lynn, then you're out of hell for a bit. Okay.
This is a pretty awesome event. What do you think about it, everybody? How about a round of applause for all of our organizers for putting this together? All right, our next speaker takes a family approach in the services offered through her division. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Miss Vivian Sablon.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I know we have a lot of wonderful speakers today, and I'm not sure why I was put at the end. Maybe because our topic is also, just like the cancer awareness, it is something that's very dear to our community. And as women leaders in this room, we need all your support to make sure that we accelerate all the action that are needed to make sure that our families thrive in the Sinai. So bear with me, I'm gonna skim through the presentation in 15 minutes, but we're gonna make time to answer a question or two. So again, I'm Vivian Sablon, Administrator for the Division of Youth Services, which is under the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs. So for DYS, for DYS, I think it's also important that we bring awareness out to the community. I know you hear stuff here and there, but it's also important to know what we do on a daily basis, what we do to help our families that are trying to thrive out there in the community. So we have our admin office, and of course we have our Child Protective Services. We do operate a 24/7 emergency shelter. We also oversee the juvenile probation section. And then we have our very big prevention unit, which is what we're gonna focus on today. And then of course we have DYS Tinian and Rhoda. So as usual, admin office provides the necessary support to all our operations. Our Child Protective Services, so we are the mandated state agency to respond to child abuse and neglect reports out there in the community. So part of our work are all those crisis interventions that happen on a daily basis. In home assessments, sometimes there's a need to take in children for protective custody. We are the only certified child forensic interviewers on island. And then of course, our staff regularly attend court hearings. We conduct supervised visitations and provide all the necessary support services that are crucial for our families. So the data comparison that we have, that we want to share with you this morning, I know that it's a very alarming, it's a very large growth if you compare since 2021 to our 2024 data. But what I wanted to bring to your attention is that for FY 2024, we had a total of 509 cases of child abuse and neglect, and that constitute 1,429 primary and secondary victims. And these are the breakdown of the allegations. Under the Child Protective Services, we also have the foster care program. And I'm glad I got their permission, and I do have some former foster parents in the house. So can I welcome and recognize them this morning? Foster parents are really, it's really hard to find one, right? Because everybody's trying to survive. Everybody's just trying to make ends meet. But we have very dedicated families that open their doors, homes to children that cannot remain in the shelter. And so we want them to go in a normal family setting. So I would like to recognize Mrs. Alice Igito. Auntie Alice was a foster parent for the longest time. Kudos to her. A lot of the girls that were with her are now abroad, having their own families, very successful. So thank you, Auntie Alice, for all that you've done for not only for DYS, but those children as a whole. They're really successful today. Also, I wanted to recognize, I got her permission to recognize the Auntie Rose White. She was also once she was a former foster parent. So I mentioned earlier that we run a 24/7 shelter, and that's where we place children who cannot remain at home because they are in imminent danger. So they're there just for like a week or two. If we determine that placement needs to be longer, that's when we reach out to foster families. Or now we're focusing a lot of our efforts on kinship placement, which means that the families that we're placing the children at is known to the children. They're related, or they grew up as a neighbor or related to the child. So it's less traumatizing for the children. We do a lot of outreach. So out of these units and programs, we also spend a lot of time. That's why you see us a lot out there. But it's really important for us to be out there so that we can provide awareness. Like what we're doing today, we're providing you awareness of what our numbers are, what is really going on in our community. I know it's heartbreaking that our numbers are very huge, but I try to look at it in another way. It looks like our awareness is working. When we go out there, people are more comfortable in reporting. They know where to go. That stigmatization is lessened. We don't want to report because, I don't want uncle or auntie or mom and dad to get in trouble. It's those kinds of things. So our awareness that's the prevention part of our awareness, is making sure that our community is comfortable and coming forth with the reports.
Here's Acting Commissioner Anthony Macaron. Has he given a round of applause?
Just a brief snapshot of our proclamation for child abuse and neglect. So we had this last year up at the Capitol Hill softball field. The water salute was actually a tribute to all the victims of child abuse and neglect. That was just a snapshot, but our Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention and Awareness Month is coming up again in April, and we're inviting everybody to our proclamation signing at the Danda Middle School grounds, Monday, March 31st at 10 a.m. So please join us. Several of our outreach activities, if I can stand here, I don't have much time, but I think the pictures paint 1,000 words. So a lot of our outreach is just going out there to the community, making our community aware of what we do, where to go in case there's concerns in the home. So I spoke a little bit about the 24/7 emergency shelter, which is a place where so the kids that are removed from home are there. It's just like a home. But the shelter is really the last place that we want to keep the children for long term. That's why we moved them to the foster homes. And can I get a round of applause? The Auntie Rose just walked back in, but one of our most dedicated former foster parent. Thank you, Auntie Rose. So at the shelter, we do everything, like regular moms and dads do. We cook, we help with homework, we take care of transportation, medical needs, hygiene, special projects for schools, and a lot of programs that just kind of help with life skills. Oops, did I lose my... And then on the other side, we also take care of juvenile probation. So we monitor the court-ordered conditions for juveniles. So we have a juvenile probation section. So a lot of monitoring, supervision, rehabilitative activities, and other programs that, you know, as you know, we have a lot of happenings in our community. You know, everybody's turning to us, hey, what can we do? So this is what we can do as a community, is the collective effort, like what we have in this room. You guys are the powerful leaders that can help us make the necessary changes. Family and Youth Enhancement Program, like I said, many of you guys are probably aware, we have the Cankman Community Center that has been very active. I think even though it's located at the backside of the island, it's like a go-to area for a lot of our community organizations. We have an after-school program there and a lot of community outreach that's happening at the facility. We were fortunate enough to get granted NMHC HOT funds, CDBG funds, so we were able to extend another classroom a few years ago and also rehabilitate the facility. We are turning in another application today. We're crossing our fingers to kind of rehabilitate the facility a little bit more and keep improving it so that our programs and services can also expand to our community. Oops. Sorry, so we also take care of the Tanapak Youth Center and the Sinapalo Youth Center. As we speak, they're fixing the Sinapalo Youth Center again, thanks to a grant that we got from NMHC. So we're also doing the behind-the-scenes work to make sure that our facilities are improved and accessible to the community. Under the Family and Youth Enhancement Program, which is our prevention side, as you can see, in 2021, our numbers were kind of low only because this is just around the COVID time. But every year we do a lot of outreach. We do a lot of direct services as well. This is where all our parenting classes are coordinated. And the late Felicidad Gumaro was very instrumental in getting our Parents Anonymous support group on island. Actually, it was happening for all 3 islands. We have our parenting classes, we have our evidence-based youth groups and community services. We cater to interns from NMC, school students that just require community hours. So we're very much open to the community. What we want to do is we want to change, you know, how people always perceive DYS as being, they're just there to break the families apart. They're just there to take my children away. No, we're not there to do that. In fact, we're just there to mediate, make sure that the children are safe while we're also working with you as a parent to get the necessary assistance that you need. And then ultimately our goal is to reunify everybody, right? So that's our ultimate goal, is working with the families and the children for reunification. And then, of course, DYS Tinanaroda, who does the same, except they don't have a 24/7 emergency shelter. I think the laptop doesn't like me. It's okay, it's okay. So who do we serve? We serve a lot. We serve the victims of child abuse and neglect and their family members, children exposed to domestic violence, juveniles detained at the juvenile detention facility and their family members. We are still, even though the detention is under DOC, we are still charged with the rehabilitative services. So we take care of their education, counseling, and other support services. Juveniles on probation and their family members. Of course, youth and parents at risk, homeless individuals and their families, individuals and families at risk of being homeless, and youth and adults in general. So A to Z. A to Z with the 38 staff that we have right now. But it's because of community members that our critical partners are the ones that can make it happen. Again, more of our special projects. Lately, we've been doing a lot of softball tournaments. So that is our way of bringing our awareness out to that specific population. If we're gonna keep doing workshops, we're gonna be seeing a lot of, which we do, we still continue to do it. In fact, we had one about a month ago. We cater to the parents, but we also wanna reach those populations that maybe we will never reach if we maintain at the workshop level. So this was another innovative way of reaching out to our youth and young adults and getting the messages out to them. Also at the Carmen Community Center, we were very blessed that the Rotary Club had joined ventures with us. I don't know if any of you guys have been back there, but we have a very nice playground. Recently, we had some public school, high school kids coming over for the Disability Network partners who came over to make use of the facility. And then we do a lot of outreach and partnership events. I think most of you guys in this room we deal with almost on a daily basis, which is the beauty of it, is making sure that we connect to make things happen. We connect to accelerate action, and that we're here for one another. So that's my presentation. And we are located in Capitol Hill, right next to Labor, but we operate 24/7, so we're always on call. If any of you guys also want to make reports, and reporting is you remain anonymous, it's the law that we keep your identity confidential. Okay, so just to let you guys know that. Right now we have 3 children in the shelter. We have 4 juveniles at DOC. It's actually called Manhobing Care Center now. So we take care of these children, including, I believe, 10 foster homes that are active right now, totaling up to 19 children.
Well, we have time for one question. Do we have any questions for Ms. Sablon?
Oh, we do.
And guys, we have our centers open. If you need it for your community event, please come and see us. That's what it's for.
Oh, just a quick question. You mentioned Tanapak and Katmang for youth centers. Yes. Is the Gualarai and Kobler still active?
So the Gualarai and Youth and Kobler are actually directly under the Youth Affairs Office. It's a little tricky. So the 3 that DYS oversees right now is the Kagman Community Center, Tanapak Youth Center, and Sinapolo Youth Center. So the 2 that you just mentioned are actually it's taken care of by the Youth Affairs Office, which is directly under the Governor's Office.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But we do bring our programs down. Right. We bring our parenting. I don't know if you guys saw, we have a Facebook and it's really active. Recently we had a painting for parents, free of charge. We don't charge for any of our services. And then we bring our youth, our classes and our youth sessions down. Right on. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you so much for that. Another amazing presentation. I love the fact that you've got so many things going on and there's no fees. That's my favorite part. All right, so now our next our next presentation is from folks who aren't going to be able to be here, but on behalf of the CNMI Department of Commerce Secretary, I'm honored. You know, that's how you get feedback. On behalf of the CNMI Department of Commerce Secretary, I'm honored to introduce this brief video highlighting the important updates and initiatives developed specifically for the CNMI business community. While Secretary Mofnas and ERC fellow Miss Boston Pinales could not be here today, they have sent this special message just for you.
Hafaday, Tito, and good morning. Welcome to the 2025 CNMI Women's Summit. Hi, my name is Remedios C. Mofnas, and I am the Secretary for the Department of Commerce. It is my privilege to welcome you to the CNMI Women's Summit. Today, we celebrate you, women leaders, entrepreneurs, and change makers who are the heartbeat of our economy and community. We've been listening to you, and I'm excited to share several updates. First, we've reduced the registry fees to lighten the load as you start or grow your businesses. Second, we have amended a House bill to remove the $10 per day penalty, keeping more resources in hands. And currently, we are integrating new software into the registrar department to streamline processes because your time is valuable. Now, I'll hand it over to Ms. Karina Boston Pinales, our CNMI Recovery Corps Fellow, to tell you more about how we're supporting you. Thank you.
Half a day again. I'm Karina Boston Pinales, your Economic Corps Fellow here in the CNMI. My focus is building economic resilience through sustainable growth with a special commitment to your local community. But what drives me the most is empowering women just like you. I've spent years creating spaces and programs to uplift women and help them move forward. The updates that Secretary just shared with you, those are just the beginning. Lowering fees and simpler systems means that you can focus on what matters, leading, innovating, and growing your venture. This summit is your platform to connect and spark change. I've seen firsthand how women leadership transforms communities, and I am here to support you. So let's make the most of today. Share your ideas, build your network, and lift one another up. Together, with the Commonwealth, we can make a stronger CNMI. Thank you.
All right, we have time for one quick question. No. As you've just heard, the Department of Commerce has listened closely to the feedback from the business community and gathering data from the appropriate departments to identify some improvements. Guided by this data, they have taken two key steps in the direct response to your input. One, reducing the registrar fees and amending legislation to eliminate that $10 per day penalty. Yes. Additionally, they're excited about the upcoming developments of the Made in the CNMI product seal. That's going to be very exciting. And each of these adjustments is data-driven and specifically aimed at supporting growth and success of CNMI businesses. So even though they're not here, maybe they can watch this later, and let's have a big round of applause for our Secretary of Commerce and for our Economic Recovery Fellow. Okay, now it's time for the break. No, it's a break and raffle drawing. At this time, we're going to encourage everyone to kind of stand up real quick and get your body moving, please, everybody. Let's stand up. I hear all those sounds that I make when I stand up, too. We're so... I hear all those. Let's see what we've got here. Now you can go ahead. We're gonna take a real quick break, about 10 minutes, for you to walk around and take a look at some of these great booths from our exhibitors here. See what some of our amazing women have made and have on display for you. And we'll see you in just about 10 minutes. And then we're gonna do a raffle. So you're not just gonna win at being here. You're gonna maybe win something because you're here.
Thank you so much, Brad. I can take it away from here. We're starting on this end. We do have exhibitors on both sides of the multipurpose. We're going to highlight everybody, so make your way over. We have Miss Toki's booth, and she's selling some beautiful local jewelry. Come take a look at it. Don't worry, you're supposed to move your body. Come on, don't be nervous. We have Miss Lulling on this side, Nana's Creations, with other more beautiful stuff going on, some flowers, some artificial moire, very beautiful. Come, let's go ahead and walk around. We have Miss Germaine with some weaving stuff, the cutest things ever. There's a little crab. If we have any Azuzus in the house, I think this is for you. Exactly. I love it.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Tahina's Creations is also on this end, with some beautiful earrings. If you're not wearing any, this is the time to purchase some. Thank you very much. And we also have Claude's Crate at this table. You also get to win some prizes if you sign up at their little table that they have going on here. Hot sauce, grind pepper, donni, snack mix. We got some food going on just in case you guys are a little bit hungry. Please walk around and see what we have. We have more exhibitors on the left side of our room. And then we also have Alfia's Creations on this end with pretty head crowns. And some wallets with CNMI seals so everybody knows where you're coming from. Crafting Littles has the cutest Easter stuff going on. If you have kids or you're around kids, this is the place to go. From cake toppers to little Easter tags. Shadow box. She got all the things going on. That's Miss Isa Semen. Another exhibitor, we have Miss Guadalupe representing the Saipan Humane Society. I wanted to make sure I was correct. She said she couldn't bring the dogs, but she does have some pictures and some handouts to give out. Next time we'll bring the dogs in. The Tarot Collective. We are here for some nice moire that people can purchase. Weave hats as well that they're like shiny. They're solid, they will last. She does have some cards, $10 off. Come on this way, everybody. And of course, Miss Patricia and Miss Del Lieto, they do have some local items, nice and vibrant for whatever outfit you have on.
That's when you start talking, right? Or
Someone is digging the bishu. There's bishu on this table. Come on down.
then I lower it.
And then, of course, we have Isla Consultancy Services with a sign-in sheet and some handouts for any information that you have for her. She has it available. Let's take the time to walk around and check in with everybody. And while you're at it, bring out your raffle tickets so that you guys can win some awesome prizes. Get out them green tickets. It is raffle time. In case you guys didn't realize, this is not an exhibitor's table. This is the raffle table. Come check it out. Please do not take anything. This is not for purchase, but it's definitely very appealing. Everybody can get a raffle ticket if you register in the front at the registration table. Come check it out. The cutest prizes are on this end. Okay, get out your raffle tickets because I feel like giving away some stuff. Get your tickets out, get your tickets out. All right. No, I'm gonna get this. Okay, our first item that we're raffling out during this break is a little pasta box so that you don't even have to think about dinner tonight. The ladies got us covered. We're raffling this baby off, so make sure you take out your green tickets. This is not for sale. This is all for free as long as you register at the registration table at the front. Thank you, Brad, for supporting our women. All right, I got the winning ticket number. I hope you guys got it out. Call in your friends if they're taking a break. Okay, so the winning ticket number for this little pasta to go, 660794. 660794. Do we have a winner? I see somebody celebrating in the back. I know what you're having for dinner. It has the spaghetti noodles, traditional savory oregano and basil sauce. We got all the good things. We have a winner. Round of applause. Dinner at my house. Dinner at her house. She's inviting. Come, you. Come. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Because we feel like giving some more, we're going to do it. Stuffed purple box. Even if these are so pretty. This is our next item. It is a little nail set, face mask to take care of yourself because today is a nice long day. And I have our winning ticket number. This is the self-care bag. Everybody needs self-care as per our presenters today. Winning ticket numbers there's only one winner. 660793. I know. I'm gonna make sure they're shaking it out there so that we can have variety of winners. 793, any winners, any takers? I'm gonna change this number real quick because this is a really pretty box. 793 going once,
Yes.
going twice.
I could say I support and I get to eat it.
Sold. We're re-raffling. I have the other ticket number, so let's look at it. 660761. Do I hear a winner? Going once, going twice. I'm kidding, I see you. Come on over. If you want to take care of yourself tonight with this gal, follow her. She has a self-care kit. Can I just verify? Round of applause. We have another winner. Round of applause for another winner. We're gonna squeeze in one more because Brad looks like he's still very busy. Everybody likes wine to wind down. Oh yeah? But of course moderately, right? Because we listened to Miss Lynn Tenorio's little presentation. Moderately. Because alcohol turns into fat that we want to leave our body. Winning ticket number. Let me see them green cards. You guys don't want to win this? All right. 660824. Who's our winner? 824. Is it you? Oh my gosh, we have a winner! Front and center because she knows she's getting some good stuff. Can I see? Lovely, congratulations. And they said it's even matching her. She came prepared. Round of applause for our winner. Let's be nice. Okay, last one. Uh-oh.
So, you're next.
Yes.
I don't know, have we met? I don't think so. But
We're going to go back to this one.
Yes, but I don't know.
Give me 1 second, everybody.
Now we're good.
Look at these and keep staying around here because it's very appealing.
Everything that's happening? Yes.
I need more winning raffle tickets.
Okay, so I'm going to give you your intro, and then, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Shannon Sasimoto and Samisa Marianas, and then you come up here.
Okay, so maybe I'll. Can I see the description? I feel like it might be.
Sure.
Heat.
Here's what I got.
I hope not.
This is my intro for you.
Okay. Oh, this is nice. This collection was showcased with models from.
Okay, our last raffle because it looks like we're getting serious on the stage. Should we do a big gift or a small gift?
Well, I do mention her in my introduction.
You guys even want a gift? Should we do a big gift or a small gift?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just giving them a little taste of your awesomeness.
Okay.
So let me give you this.
Is this big enough? What? This is it. This is the last one we're going to give away right now before we give the stage over to Brad. It's a mystery, but it's a little heavy. If you guys like to cook, I think this is for you. Winning ticket number 660. Mercelyn thinks she's going to win. 809. Mercelyn, is that you? Oh, man. 809. Get your green cards. 809, where are you? Going once, going twice. 809, where are you? Hustle, girl, hustle. Round of applause. Oh, she's the winner. She's the winner. She's baking at her house. If you guys want to go to her house.
Do we have a lot of raffles left?
I think we're good. We're going to turn it back to you, Brad. Everyone else, stay tuned. Still, the table is very plenty. So stay tuned for the rest of the raffle.
All right, folks, let's start making our way back to our seats, please. Because this next presentation is going to knock you off your feet. Want to make sure that you're safe and good to go. Okay, yeah, get those last snacks in there, Patty. And hey, I just got some senbei over here from, look, I can't read it, though. Is that Claude's? Claude's Crate? Yes, Claude's Crate. Over here at the end, I can't wait to try this out. Senbei with or without M&Ms? With M&Ms, right? That was the first thing I thought of when I heard Tracy talking about that. When she was saying, you know, when you were a girl and you were at the playground, you're eating senbei. I'm like, is she going to say M&Ms? Is she going to say it? All right, so, all right. So this is going to be a real exciting part of it. It all has been so far, but now it's time for you to get your cameras ready. Shannon Sasimoto is a fashion designer whose work has traveled across the Pacific as she made history as the first designer from the Northern Marianas to participate in the Pacific Fusion Fashion Show in New Zealand. Her latest collection, Kenyadan Gunaifi, A Valley of Dreams, revives ancient Chamorro pottery designs from Atugao and San Roque, creating wearable art that honors a tradition that is no longer practiced today. This collection was showcased recently with models from Summitt and Marianas, a dance group of women perpetuating our culture through song and dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Shannon Sasimoto and Summitt and Marianas.
Hafere Zantiro, everyone. My name is Shannon Sasimoto. I am an emerging fashion designer and have been sewing for almost 5 years now, creating pieces inspired by the Marianas culture, nature, and history. I had my first fashion show in Hawaii, which featured my Aliling collection, and my second fashion show in New Zealand, which featured my ancient Chamorro pottery collection. I had my third fashion show in collaboration with the Women's Affairs Office earlier this month, marking my first ever fashion show here in our home. Today marks the second, and I am extremely grateful to the Sinamay Women's Association for this opportunity. The ladies of Summitt and Marianas were a part of my first ever fashion show at FESPAC and are now a part of my first 2 fashion shows here in the Sinamay. Thank you to April Repecki and the rest of her group for being the embodiment and example of what it looks like when women support one another. Dre and Nicole are wearing designs featuring a pattern that symbolizes the harmony between land and sea. The ocean elements include the sea turtle, hema, and navigation motifs, while the land elements highlight breadfruit and the banana tree, foods traditionally cooked in pottery pots. It is believed that breadfruit was brought by ancient Chamorros when they first settled in the Marianas, representing its cultural and environmental significance. Devian and Joven are wearing pieces that are not only inspired by pottery, but also by Sirena and navigation. The Mestiza top is also inspired by our CNMI anthem, especially the line that goes, "If one day I leave this place, I will return, for I can never leave you, O land of mine." This is why all the islands of the Northern Marianas are represented as constellations guiding us back home. Patty is wearing a design that features the Gumalati, the iconic stone pillars that form the foundation of ancient Chamorro homes, symbolizing strength and resilience, qualities our community holds till this day. Natural leaves are used in the top and skirt to replicate the roof of the hut. Roofs are more than just shelter, they are symbols of protection, belonging, and the stories woven into the spaces they protect.
Pogunay na tempo'y pamaguwan, di tanyang manekongo, di maus kay isa'y naniya, kulang siya mas tumungo, di ilele kuna todo magpareho, wala siya man dinanti, loham zoni man lalate, e kongo ki kantoko.
para bumira tumanging kita no eternity far away. Yeah, I wanna feel all of my dream in la It's only the edge of reality far away. Mariana, yet the boy. Mariana, far
Thank you to April Repecki and the rest of Simidzan Marianas for modeling pieces from my collection called Kanyaran Guinifi, meaning Valley of Dreams. It has been a dream of mine since I was a child to be a fashion designer, and a dream of mine to create cultural attire of today and for the future. Si Diyos Maasi, Hiliso, Happy Women's Month.
Hey, well, how about one more time for Shannon and for Simidzan Marianas? Wow, just amazing. How did I get so lucky to be here for this? This is awesome. Thank you, CNMI Women's Association. This is wonderful. All right, so we do have, Becky, did you want to do another raffle?
Yes, we
Okay.
will.
So we've got another raffle, and then it gets into high gear here right after. So let's find out who our next raffle winner is. Becky Mettal, the secretary of the CNMI Women's Association. Oh, yes.
All right, are we ready? Where's them green raffle cards? Let me see them. There has to be more excitement than that. I'm not giving you guys any of these prizes. Noise for this beautiful gift bag. This is another self-care kit that has like a makeup bag inside and some nail stuff, face mask. Someone went to Korea or Japan recently, so we're just gonna thank them for that. So big it's blocking my view. Winning ticket number right here. 660-831. Where are you? 831, where are you? Going once. Going twice. Nothing? Re-raffle! It's so cute, you have to be here to claim it.
You have to be fast.
And you have to be fast, yes. But not so fast, because Tracy's going to tell us to pump them brakes. All right. Another winning ticket number. 7, 9, 8.
Oh, that's the person who won at the beginning of the show who wasn't here. Are they here now?
7,
9, 8.
9, 8. No? Oh my gosh. Should I do a wine bottle for people to claim stuff? I'm kidding. 8, 3, 0.
Go lower.
830.
8, 3, 0. Oh, we have a winner! Round of applause for our winner! think I caught that. Raffle crew, we got another 5 tickets. Winning number 8, 3. Did I call 7?
No.
No? Okay, good. 837. Tell me you're in the house.
Oh.
What? Winner? You got to be in 3 seconds, Sigwayman. I'm kidding. I will walk over and volunteer. I'm kidding. We're all nice here. 837 winner, Auntie Rose.
How about a round of applause for that whistle?
We'll do another big one because it's fun. Really cute. A woven basket. Plates inside and coasters. Really cute. If I didn't say that already. Winning number 799. 3, 2.
Okay.
We have to give her time. 3, 2. Just kidding. Let's see them numbers. Miss April Rebecca winner. Oh, it's one of her staff. So like, round of applause for the winner. For Women's Month, some girls' night in, super cute bag. The model does not come with the raffle, sorry. Just kidding. 7, 6, 4. Okay, who has 763? I'm kidding. 764, any takers? Oh, we have a winner! It's alcohol. Drink moderately, please. Winner. Okay with time, Brad?
If you got one more, this could be the last one for this. Then we're going to get into high gear.
All right, this is it. I feel like. Let's do this. Miss Renatia said we're feeling purplish today. Self-care kit, face mask, some stuff for the nails, just in case you didn't get the beauty nail gift certificate, sorry. And some drinks to celebrate. Winning ticket number is 781. Is that a winning laughter? Very close. 781. Yay! I saw her at the nail salon yesterday, so you won't need to use this anytime recently. Congratulations, round of applause. That's it for our raffle. Until later. Stay tuned for what we have next. Back to you, Brad.
All right. Great job. How about a round of applause for Becky again? Bringing the energy, bringing the jokes, and the prizes. Great combo. All right. This is an exciting part because we're getting to move on to our panel discussion now. And to help us introduce them, I'm going to introduce the person who's going to introduce the panelists. So first of all, our moderator is the current CNMI Secretary of Labor. She's a dedicated community organizer, artist, and filmmaker. She's got a strong background in education and public service, and she has served as a longtime teacher and administrator, a precinct representative, and a leader in workforce development. As an artist, Layla champions local creatives and by organizing the annual Holiday Art Bazaar, providing a platform for artists to showcase and sell their crafts. As a filmmaker, she produces cultural documentaries that serve as educational resources, preserving Chamorro and Carolinian heritage and fostering place-based learning. Passionate about women's empowerment and leadership, Layla is committed to paving the way for the next generation of leaders. She actively advocates for amplifying women's voices in the community, recognizing the deep-rooted matrilineal traditions of the CNMI. As the Secretary of Labor, she promotes workforce inclusivity, including women to enter all industries, especially the skilled trades, to ensure equal opportunities and economic growth for the region. Through her work, she strives to create pathways for emerging leaders and ensure a sustainable future for the Marianas. I've been lucky enough to see her work in person, and I can tell you what a hard worker she is. She's not the person who says she's going to do it. She's the one who does it when other people can't. Please give a big round of applause for our Secretary of Labor, Ms. Layla Safford.
Good morning, everyone. I can only choose to see one thing at a time, either words or people, so I'm going to go with words because they are in front of me. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I am very excited to be here today, and it is my privilege to introduce our panelists for today's discussion. To start with, born and raised in Saipan, Sonia is a proud Mount Carmel graduate and a graduate of Michigan State University with a degree in civil engineering. Over the past 27 years, she has built a remarkable career in both public and private sectors, holding key roles in infrastructure development and disaster recovery. She is the founder of SP Danco and Associates LLC, a woman-owned civil engineering firm, specializing in design, project management, and environmental services. She has also established Landmark Realty and Development Group and Pacific Steel Industries, expanding her impact in real estate and steel building supply. Her leadership was instrumental in delivering 120 FEMA housing projects on time, ensuring families had safe homes, yes. Beyond her professional success, Sonia is a devoted wife and mother of two accomplished children, one following her footsteps in engineering, the other in business. And she's also a dedicated community leader, serving on numerous boards, including the CNMI Professional Licensing Board and the Rotary Club of Saipan, where she has been a past president. Passionate about mentorship and community service, Ms. Sonia continues to uplift others through leadership, volunteering, and sharing her expertise. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Sonia Pangilinan Danco to the stage. Another panelist that we will be listening to today, a proud Palauan woman, Ms. Marilyn was raised with the values of resilience, community, and cultural strength, principles that have guided her throughout her impressive career in sales and business development. With over 35 years of experience in her industry, she has built a remarkable business track record, rising through the ranks of sales representative to her current role as a regional sales manager for D&Q International Distributors. Overseeing operations across Micronesia and the South Pacific, she has led her team through economic challenges and innovation and strategic adaptability. Beyond her professional achievements, Ms. Marilyn is deeply committed to her community. As a former president and active Seroptimus International NMI member, she has championed women's empowerment, helped raising nearly $35,000 for women pursuing higher education here in the Marianas. She is also a passionate supporter of local causes, from the Marianas March Against Cancer to environmental initiatives with MENA. Within the Palauan Community Association of the CNMI, Ms. Marilyn continues to uplift her community, advocating for charitable and cultural initiatives that strengthen both tradition and opportunity. A trailblazer in business and a devoted advocate to women and community service, please join me in welcoming Ms. Marilyn Bells Marone. I was going to try it, Marilyn. Niraril Nirailid. Oh, I was close. I love the way Palauan falls off my mouth. It's a beautiful language. I wish I spoke it. It's great to sing and dance to. And finally, it is my privilege to introduce a dynamic leader, entrepreneur, and an ardent advocate. As the owner and sole proprietor of Mariana's Business Consulting since 2017, Ms. Edith De Leon Guerrero has been a driving force in workforce development, HR solutions, and business consulting. With a deep commitment to strengthening the CNMI's labor force, as a secretary before me, one of them, she has tackled complex challenges, including resolving federal grant compliance issues with WIA and ensuring CNMI's DOL alignment with U.S. Department of Labor and OSHA standards. Beyond her successful professional achievements, she is a trailblazer with an entrepreneurial spirit, having launched multiple businesses to support self-sufficiency, from vending machines to promotional products. She has also played a vital role in financial literacy initiatives, helping residents gain investment knowledge through stock market simulations and workshops. Her passion for advocacy shines through her unwavering support for women and families. She has organized investment groups for women, championed domestic violence rescue efforts, and continuously supports programs for children's well-being. Her dedication to public service is evident in her legislative contributions as first past female Senate president and introducing bills that have become public law. A leader, one of my mentors, and a community advocate, please join me in welcoming Ms. Edith De Leon Guerrero to the stage. So, 2 truths and a lie. 3 of us here have ran for Miss CNMI, including, I'm in this list. And I'm just kidding, I'll move on from here. Not only do we have beauty, we have lots of brains on this table here, so let's start. Each of you has built a strong career in different industries, from sales, consulting, engineering, and business development. How has your journey shaped your perspective on what it takes for women to succeed in business here in the CNMI? Who would like to speak first? All right, of course. And the other microphone is coming? Oh, okay, we are sharing mics, so I'm good at that.
Who wants to be first? Thank you, Ms. Edith.
Thank you. And so, let me just share, ever since I was a young girl, I've always looked into the future of where I want to be and how am I supposed to make money and what kind of work I want to do. Putting in a lot of commitment, sacrifice, I think that's one of the major ingredients as a woman if you truly want to succeed. Also being raised by my grandma. I grew up in a home without a father. And so my grandma raised me, and I come full disclosure because I feel that as women, in order for us to succeed in life, we must also come full disclosure of ourselves and our friends, all of those people around us that truly love us. It's growing up in that kind of environment, so much love from my grandma, but at the same time, she taught me how to be independent and strong. And she always told me that do not depend on other people. You must work hard, get educated, and earn your living. Because if anything happens in this world, at least you can depend on yourself. And so that's what it is, strength, commitment, and lots of love.
So how do you become perseverant in the economy that we're in? It's kind of funny, like in my bio, it's been about almost 40 years I've been in the sales force. I started as a sales rep and worked myself to being the regional sales manager for D&Q. And especially in today's world, I was raised by a single mom. And she always told us to believe in yourself. Nothing is given to you freely. You have to earn it. And you have to own it. So that's kind of how I've always brought myself up in the work that I've been, is believing in what I do, putting myself with people that are better than me, and that's how you get better. And owning it. accept mistakes, learn from them, and move in, and continue to preserve in everything that you believe in.
Thank you, Marilyn. I would like to share that I've been very fortunate to have been brought up in a progressive household. There's 3 girls in my family and 1 brother. And so we were always taught to pursue our goals and our dreams and higher education. As the oldest of 4 siblings, like Tracy had mentioned earlier, there's kind of that expectation that as the oldest, you will need to be setting examples and be a role model to the future generation. And having gone through very rigorous, secondary education in Michigan State, I had the opportunity to share a lot about our culture, our environment, the lifestyle here in the CNMI. So I've always had a drive and determination to come back and support our community and contribute in any way that I could as an engineer. I started off at the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation as a project engineer, and at that time I think it was still evolving. Women in engineering was a pretty big thing. I went into Michigan State where there's 150 students on campus, and out of 20,000 students in engineering, only 5,000 graduated. And I think I can share a lot of my story with some of the other women in the room who have pursued, higher education. And throughout the past 27 years, I've worked in the government sector and private sector. There's been ups and downs, challenges and opportunities, and overall, with drive and moving forward, wanting progress both personally and in our community, I was able to establish our own firm, our own business, providing engineering services throughout the CNMI. And I look forward to getting, our company moving forward and growing and building our local workforce. Thanks. Thank you, Sonia. It's very clear that each of you come from a foundation of strong women that have affected your lives and influenced where you've ended up. Sonia, in particular, you've built businesses in engineering, real estate, and steel supply. With federal dollars flowing in with infrastructure projects, how can more women step into industries like construction, energy, or advanced manufacturing? What are the biggest misconceptions that women succeeding in these male-dominated industries, and how can we break those barriers?
Well, Lila, that's
a lot.
Pretty
Well,
loaded question, but
how can women here in the CNMI break barriers and get into these industries that are dominated by men?
Right, so we're very privileged, today there are a lot of federal funds, federal grants, and also equal employment opportunities for women-owned business. I am very fortunate to have surrounded myself with people who are very supportive out there, helping us become federal contractors registered under SAMS.gov. We are currently working on our Hub Zone certification. We are a certified woman-owned business. And, it's a difficult challenge, but anything is possible. I went into the College of Engineering with just my heart and soul, wanting to pursue the legacy that our family has built, and anything is possible. And there's a lot of opportunities out there for women. We just really need to know who to surround ourselves with.
Excellent. Thank you. Marilyn, you've built a regional sales network across Micronesia. How can women entrepreneurs in the CNMI expand their business beyond the local market? What opportunities exist for CNMI-based businesses to scale up?
It's really about networking. The world has shrink with technology. And everywhere you go in Micronesia and outside of Micronesia, as far as South Pacific, which I also part of, networking through Chamber of Commerce and other women's organizations like Soroptimist, and there's so many of them out there that you can network with. It's just being able to find them through social networking. I mean, social networking today is a tool and something that we have that we didn't have if I go back 20 years ago when I started with Micronesian Sales. And I would encourage each one of you to network throughout those type of settings. You know, recently in Guam, they have a Women's Chamber of Commerce. In Palau, they have a group of women that are, as Patty was talking about, you know, the co-op. They have co-ops there about, you know, food is our responsibility. And I know they just started something there with like the taro flour that they started. Right now it's just in the local economy, but they just start exporting them to Guam, for example. But so any business that you're in, yes, use the social network because you will definitely be able to expand your reach to different people out in different part of Micronesia.
Thank you, Marilyn. Ms. Edith, your work in financial literacy and investment, what advice do you want to share with women entrepreneurs about funding their business growth? Maybe what kind of digital skills that they need to pursue to compete in this space?
And so that's a very, very important question. A lot of us in this room, actually maybe all of us in this room are entrepreneurs. We do want to pursue our business ideas, and we want to, you know, try to get information of how can we seek financing. And so right now we live in the digital world, and there's so much information out there. And just focusing here in the CNMI, if you're all not aware, the CNMI received the SSBCI funds. It comes in, I believe, 3 tranches, and the participating bank is Bank of Guam. And if I'm not mistaken, the initial capital infusion for businesses here in the CNMI is about, I believe, between $15 and $17 million. And so for those of you that are seeking capital infusion into your business or to jumpstart your ideas, start searching for this information. You can go to Bank of Guam, inquire about the information. I'll share, I just recently assisted a client, and I did all the paperwork and putting it in for more than $1 million in application, and we're about to close on that. And just so that, you know, it really is very vast, and that's the kind of work I do because I also come from the banking industry background and insurance. And so there's so much information for access to capital. You could also go to CETA and ask for those microloans so that it just depends what you're doing. And you also want to look into your financial ability. Because financial institutions, they measure your capability to repay back your debt. And so sometimes the word credit is a scary word, but truly coming from the banking industry background, the more credit you have, we want to measure your credibility. We want to measure your ability to pay back. So, you know, how much money we want to give you depends on your financial status, basically, your assets, and whether we want to take some collaterals from you. But there's other ways also that I do want to encourage you to look into financing your business. I've jump-started my own business based on my own personal capital. And let me share some of that story, that journey that I took ever since I was a young girl. I started selling Avon in California at the age of 14. I was making $700 a week, knocking on doors, you know, pressing that button at somebody's doorstep and dropping my brochure. And so I started earning a living that way. And then I also worked at Burger King, flipping sandwiches. Busting the table, things like that. So really it's the determination and commitment of wanting to succeed in life, growing up in a home without a dad and having a grandma that's so strong in her head and just trying to pave the way for me to be financially secured and successful in life. And I was that determined person that I want to learn. You know, I even taught myself fundamentals of bookkeeping and accounting. I bought me this thick book, honestly, and I just sat down and I wanted to understand debits and credits. I wanted to understand the T account, you know, debits and credit, cash receivables, whatever, accounts payable, things like that. And so then I started venturing into other areas of financial literacy. So all of us work, right? And this is a challenge for a lot of us. We work, but like earlier we mentioned about not taking care of ourselves, because we were so busy taking care of the family. But don't forget that you need to take care of yourself financially also. They use the word health today, but what was not mentioned is financial health, right? Financial security. Because all of us will get to that point in life where we reach that point, 62, 65, when you're ready to draw Social Security. But have you asked the question to yourself, do I have enough quarters or 10 years of contribution into my FICA taxes? Have you even looked into your latest account in terms of your history of employment, of how many more years are you short in reaching that point to start drawing your annuity when you're ready to draw that benefit? SSA.gov, I'll share that with you. When you go home, go up online, open your account, and find out your history of employment. That's one way. The other way is that you're working for somebody, your employer. Do they offer you a 401k plan? In the government, they offer what they call defined contribution plan. We call that an investment self-driven. Before it was defined benefit, right? Where the government puts in, because it's required by law that you participate, you put in your class 1, class 2 membership, whatever it is. I was one of those people that pushed for legislation to draw out my contribution. But here's what it is. Nobody spends the time to teach our people that you could roll over those funds into a qualified investment account. And so many people have taken out their contributions from that retirement program, and they have spent the money. I mean, that's okay, that's your business, but nobody really took the time to train them or to even show them the way of how can you put that money into the market and let it grow, right? Invest that money into the market. I'll tell you what I'm doing today. How would you like to be drawing a dividend income every week from your investments? Pretty much. It's pretty good, right? You could just put your money in there if you have liquidity right now, and you could go in there, and whether you buy some stocks on your own, or you can buy what we call ETFs, exchange traded funds, where most of these companies are paying dividends. How many of you drink Coca-Cola? Show of hands. Do you know that Coca-Cola, right, their stock is listed on the New York Stock Exchange? And Coca-Cola pays a quarterly dividend. How many of you have cell phones? Apple, Samsung, whatever it is. These are all publicly traded companies that pays dividends on their shares. Some of us put in money like capital because we want to ride the capital gain. Tesla, we talked about, earlier Tracy Guerrero talked about electric vehicles. Everybody heard about Elon Musk. The name is going around, Doge. But what is Elon Musk, right? Electric vehicle. Now, if you look at Tesla right now, with the way the market is going, the stock price is going down because everybody's upset with Elon Musk. But guess what? Elon Musk, his stock itself, has an ETF that pays a very handsome dividend. And I draw from that every week, a payment that I get every week. That shows you the opportunity, how much more power of you as a woman to have financial security. Because you work every 2 weeks, you get paid every 15 and 30, take down all the deductions. After that, what? Then you repeat the same cycle, right? You worry about the children. You worry about school. You worry about necessities of life. You want to take them on vacation, but you don't have the capital. And I understand as a woman, those are the dreams that we have for our children. I talk with this with so much passion. I was a general agent for life insurance, the Prudential, a very huge US company. And one of the things that I learned in that career lifetime that I had with them is people do not plan to fail. They just fail to plan. And so if you look at yourself today, this is very important as women. In our culture, you know, we say it like, I'm going to inherit you my land, my house, and all of my car, and all my jewelry. But in reality, you ask yourself the question today, look at your children. Are they of age to be working? That if anything happens to you with a heavy mortgage on top of your head, this is reality. $300,000, for example, you went and borrowed money from the bank, you went and built a beautiful home for your family because you want to inherit your kids, the house and the land and whatever it is. But guess what? If they're not producing income, and something happens to you without a life insurance policy in place, protection. Life insurance is not for the dead. It's for the living. And the living is those children that you will leave behind. This is protection, and this is why this is very important. When you're working out there, it's reality check. What are you doing? You have to take care of yourself too, but you also must take care of those that you truly love, your children. You want to protect the assets so that you don't want the bank to come and foreclose on your children. I've done that when I was working for the bank. I have knocked on people's doors and I took away the key. Because why? The mortgage is delinquent for months. The car is not being paid because they can no longer afford it. You know how painful that is? I didn't like it, but it was my job. That's way before I entered into the insurance industry. But I knew that that was going to happen because why? Nobody really took the time to educate our people. And we talk about workforce development. Financial literacy is part of workforce development. It is part of security. It is part of what we live every day with. We're not just going to get up every day from the bed and go to work, 8 to 5, 7:30 to 4:30 in the government, and then what? And then we have a DC plan that requires you to put in 10% of your payroll, and the government matches you 4%. Now, how many, what percentage of that are truly participating in that program? Not too many, I know for a fact, because they cannot afford it. Minimum wage is what, $7.25 an hour? And this is what I'm talking about: commitment, habits, savings, 10% set aside from your payroll after all the deductions are done, the wants and the needs in life. Do you want it or do you need it? Really? You want to go out there and buy a nice phone? My phone is so ugly. It's always hand-me-down from my kids. But guess what I've been doing lately? Every time I go into Docomo to pay my bill, I should spank myself. I go to the new phones, and I'm like, ooh, this looks so good. Metallic, flip phone, very handsome looking phone, because I think I need to replace this phone. Worth more than $1,300? Affordable, right? I feel good about the price. But then I'm like, okay, I'll be back later. It's because in my head, I'm like, I could take that $1,000, put it in the investment market, and generate me another $100 of dividends.
Who wants to sign up for her master's class?
You know, and that's what it is about empowerment and financial security. You do not have to be dumping so much money into the market. You can start small. By the way, IRS allows you for a traditional IRA account, individual retirement account, or the Roth IRA. If you're 50 and above, $8,000 a year. 50 and below, only $7,000. Roth IRA, by April 15 of this year, you still can open up that account. $8,000 if you're 50 and above. In a brokerage account, what is that? Right? You could open up a brokerage account from some investment firms like, you've heard of this. You watch CNN, right? Vanguard, Fidelity. You've seen those commercials, right? E-Trade, Scottrade. All of these are investment firms that you could go put your money in there, nominal amount, or M1 Finance, Robinhood. You've heard it, right? You're all on smartphones, digital economy, right? So all of these things, including your own here in the CNMI retirement program. For your DC plan with the government, like if any of you are in that program right now, have you even taken the time to look into your portfolio? Like what kind of holdings do you have in those companies, in those funds that you're putting your money into for retirement? Is it going south or has it gone totally? Those are the financial literacy that is very, very important. We can talk about all the business we want to build. It all requires capital. But what is so true in life, I've always told this to people, your age is progressing, right? You're not getting any younger. You'll be 62 before you know it. I'm almost there. I was just looking at my Social Security like, All right, and then we have a sudden windfall in the community. How many of you are earning Social Security? You don't have to pick up. If any of you did any of you get affected by the windfall elimination provision? A lot of, are you hearing the chatters in the community? Right? A lot of our elderlies that got affected by that, finally, the federal law has been removed. And so a lot of them are getting a payback, right? Oh yeah, in the thousands, yeah. And so there's a lot of money percolating right now in the community. No one's watching, but I know what it is. I've been following this for so many years. I'm just so excited, like, oh yes, time to pay them back their money, because why? They were penalized for receiving an annuity from the CNMI government or any public employment. You know, so now Social Security is paying back these people that have put in their contribution for 10 years or 40 quarters, and now they're paying them back. But some of them are, probably the calculations are wrong too, right? Right, January 2024 too. And so there's a letter, there's a family member that got hers. So I was reading the letter from January 2024 to November. We adjusted your annuity, and then December we adjusted your annuity, and also January, February, and then March you're going to get your money in April, right? And so there's a spike in the annuity pension for the month. Beautiful numbers, I'm telling you. They're really good.
I'm sorry, but I do want to make sure I can get to the other questions on this board. And just to recap, knowing that what Ms. Sonia said to, go after the drive that you started with. And Ms. Marilyn said to make sure you get that networking, because that's really important. And of course, what Ms. Edith has been sharing is financial literacy is very, very important for the overall. Now, all three of you have been involved in mentoring and advocacy. What more can we do, both as individuals and as a community, to support and elevate women-owned businesses in the CNMI? Why don't we start with Ms. Marilyn?
Buy locally. That's the only thing I could say. In today's world, online purchases, everybody wants to go online. But what happened to all the small businesses that have tried to do? They pay taxes here. Those online purchases, the money doesn't rotate within our economy. So yes, buy locally. Buy locally, support the businesses in the economy, in the islands, because that will definitely strengthen our economy.
Thank you.
I definitely agree. I think we need to support local businesses, local entrepreneurs, and I also highly suggest that talk to your nieces, talk to your children. Get advice from people that you're surrounded by, and encourage younger generations, boys, girls, all gender, and let's help also Department of Labor via Workforce Investment Agency with their program. I have a really great success story, and my goal is to build local capacity. I mean, we need more people in the workforce. We need to build our economy, and the best way to do it is do it with our people, do it with our community. Let's do it together. Let's succeed.
Yes.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I was just going around the booths earlier, and I got one bag of snack. But no, I am not going to take that for myself. I was discussing business with the owner of the table over there, that I want to bring her product to a buyer. And so hopefully something would materialize. And that's the business mind that I have. Like, I see everything here, and I already see like sales. I see revenue. I see marketing. I see tourists. And that's how I think. I think all of us, Sonia mentioned about our children, our kids will grow up to either be working for the family business or working for themselves or working for the government. But let's be honest, all of us, we really don't want to be working for nobody. We want to work for ourselves. We want to go get a massage every week as women. I've been enjoying that. You can go to a coffee shop and sit down for 6 hours and just surf the internet, and then get bothered by, whatever, right? But that's the freedom, right, that you have as women in business and becoming entrepreneurs, and truly the desire to just enjoy life, make that income, and just be happy, and just to have that sense of freedom, and you can dictate your time as you want it, rather than be, chained to this clock that looks at you every day. Oh my goodness, at 7:30 I have to be at work. Lalago si ora because, oh my God, 4:30 is so far away. You know, and then Friday, thank God it's Friday, tafan happy hour, you know, right? And those, you know what I'm saying? It's those kind of stuff that just saddles you down, like you're working so hard and you're not enjoying yourselves. And this is why financial literacy is so important. And looking at those vehicles out there, investment vehicles that you could truly access with your own hard money so you could start making your extra income. You know, they call it the FIRE, right? For financial income for retire early. And just putting that supplemental income on top of your earnings right now that could truly happen like tomorrow. I'm not joking, it could happen tomorrow.
I believe you. So, Ms. Edith, you just came out of the Senate too. Maybe you have some ideas that you can share with us to begin. And of course, we do want to hear from Ms. Marilyn and Ms. Sonia as well. But what policies or initiatives do you think we should be pushing to make it easier for women to thrive in business?
All right, so just earlier, Rep. Marissa was here, and I was whispering to her, I said, you know what? You need to go back on the Hill and construct legislation for funding for a Women's Affairs Office. You know, because what I do notice is that the Women's Affairs Office has not really provided any funding other than FTE. And so if it's anything that we could do as women, we need to push hard and lobby for funding for that office so that all kinds of programs and initiatives can be created, financial literacy, investment workshops. I mean, seriously, all of you guys deserve, really, I've been pushing for this for so long. Those of you in government and even in the private sector, you deserve a workshop every quarter of what your money is doing for you or how can you make your money grow. Why would you be putting in every payroll 10% of your income and you don't even know where it's going? Somebody just, oh, you have an account online and just go open it and put in your password and your username. And then what? If you don't know how to read it, then what's the point, right? This is the reason why that I really feel that Women's Affairs Office needs to be given the infusion of money, and even the nonprofit organization like CWA, so that all of these necessities, these workshops and initiatives needs to be rolled out for women so that you all don't need to be navigating this financial world not knowing what Elon Musk stock is doing or you know how Apple computer is doing on the price. You know, it's just really fundamentally necessary that it needs to be given so that you guys can be more empowered.
Thank you, Ms. Edith. Ms. Marilyn, from your perspective, what policies or initiatives do you think we should be pushing to make it easier for women to thrive in business and in work?
I think one of the things that I know there are some regulations out there about incentive for women's businesses. I think having those are great, but for women to try and start business and not knowing about them, there's no, you know, it doesn't matter if they are there, but to really, for this type of, that we can share, people to be able to share, like if you're a woman who wants to go into business, even to bid out, there's an incentive for women. There are other, there's policies out there that you can go in and bid on government bids, and as a woman, you have an advantage over big businesses. So being able to share those type of information to different women's businesses, and then how can we continue to, as somebody who's been in the business, how can you mentor young women who wants to go into business? And just continue to share those information in these type of settings so women know about them.
Thank you. Excellent. Yes. More outreach and education beyond YouTube, right? And Ms. Sonia, what is your thoughts on policies and initiatives that we should be pushing to make it easier for women to thrive in business?
Well, I would like to see policies that would allow these agencies that are implementing federal grants, federal programs here throughout the CNMI, push more, be more aggressive in giving women opportunities to be selected or to be given a certain amount of the funding to women-owned businesses. Many times I see a lot of federal funds that are out there, but hardly any women are getting awarded these bids or contracts. I myself have been, in this situation, and I have been knocking, on doors up in the hill, talking to our leaders. But I really think that we need to collaboratively, do this together. And so that's one of the things that I would like to see promoted. And some grants that can help women-owned businesses with seed capital money, startup capitalization. That's very difficult, whether you're a woman or a man. It's just starting a new business is a big undertaking financially. I just want to share real quick that my journey really began, with the idea as Miss Sinamay. I was asked, what does your future look like for you? And I said, I'd like to open up my own engineering firm. Little did I know that that would actually, become a reality. So I left the government in 2014, and at that time I had no capital money except sweat equity, the passion, the drive, wanting to make a difference in my life, in my financial future, my kids. I needed to make sure that they have, they're able to go get, a good education, come back with a degree, and help our community. And I also want to share that I am part of the Morenas Business Network. It's a newly formed nonprofit organization, and we're aimed to helping small businesses grow, develop, and thrive here in the CNMI. We offer free workshops, and Miss Edith here, we're definitely going to have her, invite her to come and speak. But we do offer free workshops, seminars to help anybody that just has an idea, has something, in their passion, in their desire to look into opening up a small business. Last week, we had a workshop with the SBDC, and it was, very successful, and I hope that we will continue to see many, many more members coming in. There's, no fees, and we just want to see our community grow and thrive. I live here, we all live here, this is part of our daily lives, and so let's support one another and participate. Let's take advantage of all these workshops that are available out there, get involved, and success to everybody, hopefully, soon.
Thank you, Ms. Sonia. So, as you've heard today, there are many, many resources out there available to people who are seeking to enrich their lives through business. And it sounds like if you have a drive and you have a phone, you can learn about all of these things on YouTube that you might not have been able to do back in those days, Ms. Edith, right? But now there's so many opportunities. And knowing that there's also the SBDC, there's CEDA, there's lots of places that you can get capital to support the sweat equity that you start with, because everybody here can use a leg up. So thank you, ladies, for sharing all of this wonderful information. Thank you, audience. We want to open up for some questions, or is that okay? I know that I'm the only thing holding between you and lunch, so I don't want to extend, but yes? Okay, yes, Auntie Alice. Oh.
I personally do not buy crypto on its own, but what I did buy is exchange traded funds that has the underlying holding on crypto. And so the reason why I did that is because I wanted to earn the dividend income. And so in my portfolio, I'll be very honest, I have like 3 ETFs right now that the underlying hold is a cryptocurrency. And so all I care about right now is I don't want to ride the market dips like that. It's so wavy right now. So I'm only interested in the dividend income that they produce. And so that's where I've been putting my revenue in terms of my personal capital. And that's just not the only one. There's other ETFs also that I'm into to generate that extra income. Yeah.
I want to sign up for her master's class too. All right, let's give these wonderful panelists a round of applause. Thank you all for giving them this attention, and thank you, ladies, for sharing your knowledge and your expertise. And we will continue with the program. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so first of all, thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you for our moderator for doing a great job for us today. I like that woo to get the clap started. That was awesome. Thank you so much. But now that we're getting toward the end of it, I think people can already smell the lunch. I'd like to ask all the participants who are attending here in person, or if you're watching live online, if you guys can use that QR code that's on the screen to access the evaluation and participant feedback form, please complete that form, and your feedback, your honest feedback is appreciated. It doesn't all have to be how great it was. Talk about like what you're interested in. Did we hit everything you were looking for? Are there things that you would like to see for something like this in the future? And anything else that you think would help improve this program? And the folks who have done it have done a great job, but they want to do an even better job for you for the 12th Summit next year. All right, now without further ado, I'm honored to call upon this dynamic duo who have been working tirelessly and around the clock over the past couple of weeks to get the planning, the preparation, and now the execution of this very beautiful and organized event. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together, not just one woo, a whole bunch of woos, for the CNMI Women's Association Board President and Vice President, Ms. Les Ogumoro Uludong and Ms. Carmelin Ogumoro, to give our closing remarks.
All right. What an incredible morning it has been, everyone. On behalf of the CNMI Women's Association and our partners, thank you all for being a part of this powerful gathering, the 11th Annual CNMI Women's Summit. Our theme this year, Accelerate Action, Elevate, Inspire, and Empower, has come to life in so many ways today. We've heard stories of resilience, innovation, leadership from women across our islands and across sectors, education, health, culture, business, and government. Together, these stories remind us that women are not just a part of the conversation, we are driving the solutions. Throughout today, a common thread has emerged. We have the talent, the vision, and the will. Now is the time to accelerate that momentum. So what does accelerate action look like beyond today? It looks like mentoring a young woman in your life. It looks like running for office, launching a business, or applying for that leadership position. It looks like showing up for one another, not just in March, but all year round. The work continues and will build from the conversations we have had today. We will engage with our presenters, our panelists, and carve out action items to carry us through next year's summit. So I just want to say thank you again for your presence, your stories, and your energy. Together, let's continue to elevate voices, inspire action, and empower change for the Marianas and for each other. I'll go ahead and have Karen take over to do the closing.
Thank you, Madam President Les, for that reminder of what's possible when women lead with courage and purpose. Before we officially close, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to everyone who helped bring this summit to life. We are truly blessed to have a community that stands behind women's leadership. To our partners at the Northern Marianas College, especially the Community Development Institute and the IT team, thank you for your incredible support. To the Women's Affairs Office, your collaboration and advocacy are always appreciated. Thank you to NMI News Service, Brad Rosala, the CNMI Department of Commerce, the Saipan Mayor's Office, and the amazing team here at the Multipurpose Center for hosting us. A big thanks to Department of Public Safety Choir, the Marianas High School production crew, and all our creative partners, the Island Image and Motion, Saipan Advertising, Chow Time, and Marianas Printing, for adding beauty and energy to today's program. We're also grateful to the Labor Day Softball Committee, Island Grinds, the Coxons, and Albert Kirugua. Thank you for your support during our Valentine's softball tournament. And of course, to the 24th CNMI Legislature, including Speaker Edmund Villagomez, Representative Danita Yangtamay, Representative Julie Ogo, and Representative Marissa Flores. Thank you for your ongoing support and for honoring Women's History Month with us. To all our donors, partners, presenters, and attendees, we thank you for showing up, speaking out, and standing together. Let's carry out this momentum forward in our workplaces, our homes, our villages, and our hearts. Hiliso, Sizus, Moasi, and thank you.
All right, I think it's about that time. Becky, are you ready?
Oh, yes, we are.
All right, before we go crazy, we have some amazing raffles. So thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice President of the board for reminding us how much and how our work must continue. Now it's time for the final raffle drawing. And please focus your attention to Miss Becky Attow.
Metal.
With an M.
Yes.
The
Thank
M
you
was
so much,
silent,
Brad.
I thought.
Thank you, Brad. Get out your ticket. This is a fast-forward raffle because I know everybody's tummy is hungry. The first one is going to be a free moire and lace set, courtesy of Miss Wehilani Tarot in the back from the Tarot Collective. Thank you. It also comes with a really pretty moire, so you guys better get your cards out. Winning ticket number 777. Lucky number 777 going once, going twice. We lose out there. Next number 812. Once, twice, 812. You want to look cute like me with a nice fresh moire? Thank you, Miss Tarot Collective. You guys better check your cards. 812 going once, going twice. Goodbye. 836. What? 836 going once, going twice. Thank you, ma'am. 796. Okay, give me your cards. let me see what you guys have. 796, raffle ticket number. Anybody out there? Exhibitors, anybody, panelists, everybody who registered gets a chance. 796. 842. 842. Did any of you guys register? Oh, I think we got a winner. They're going to verify that, and we're going to go on to the next one. The same thing, it was also donated by the Tarot Collective. Free photo shoot. We like that. Comes with a free moire also. Thank you very much. Winning ticket number is 786. 786. I think there's a signal. 786 going once, going twice. We have a verification for a winner right on this end.
All right. Now, Becky Metau with an M. We're going to, before we wrap up, I know we have some more things, but we want to make sure that everybody can get to where they're going next. But before that happens, we'd like to call all of you to come up here on stage for a quick photo op to commemorate this. Don't worry, this will give you plenty of time to find your tickets. So come on, if we could have everybody join us on right here on the stage. Okay. Oh, that's all of you, not just the presenters, not just the board members, this is everybody who's here. Oh, yeah. The faster we get through the photo, the faster we get to the raffle. And the faster we get through the raffle, the faster we get to lunch. That's the accelerate part.
No, we have a photographer. That's why we have a photographer. Please come here. Please. We would love you to be there. I'm still gonna convince you to come join us.
And while everybody's up there, I want to just call your attention. There's a group that's among you. They were the ones working all the cameras, all the video gear and everything, the women of MHS Productions and Island Image in Motion tonight. Becky, you better get in this photo. There we go.
Okay. Ready in 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. One more. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yay!
And we're back to the raffle. I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. We're really back to the raffle.
Get those green tickets ready.
Get them tickets out. Get them tickets out. Thank you guys so much for hustling to the front for our photo. This next one is from Miss Wahilani Taro again. It's a 30% off any photo session. Any photo session, and it comes also with a beautiful muer.
Whoa, precious cargo.
829. 829.
829. 829.
We have a winner. Congratulations.
It's okay, I just don't want to forget it.
Okay, our next one is going to be a $15 Beauty Nails voucher. First winner, 813. 813. $15 beauty nails voucher. We know who's going to do it. Can I verify? 813. Here you go. Our next one, we'll do another $15 beauty nails voucher. 807. 807. 807. Auntie Francis is the winner! Our next one, the last beauty nails voucher for $15. 791. 791. Where you at, girl? 791. Are you out there?
Yeah.
Going once? Going twice? Sold. 823. 823. Are you out here? Going once? $15.
While we're doing all the raffles right now, just want to say for all of you, we're about to sign off for the folks who are watching online right now. So if you're not here, your raffle ticket's not going to work. But want to thank everybody for coming out. Thanks everyone who is here. Thanks for everyone who is watching for your participation and your presence in today's event. And we look forward to bringing this to you again in 2026. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next year.
Yes, thank you, everybody, and thank you. Round of applause for Brad, our MC. Woohoo! Thank you so much, Brad, for your efforts. And back to regular programming. $15 beauty nails voucher 803.